Hello, hello. And we're back. Okay. Today, I want to work on kast again, the programming language. Projects kast. Okay, let's see. I have not touched this in a while. So since I opened the project, we now have the website being served. Nice. We have 16 stars on the repository. Cool, cool, cool. Yo, Nerdzel. Hello. Just no, Nix Flake check, right? This is the thing that's running all the tests. My test's still working, hopefully, because I didn't change anything, right? Looks like they do. Okay, so how do we do? Would you like we go into the REPL and we say like 1, 2, 3. This is not a number unless I specify the type, right? int32 is not found in the scope. int32 std int32. There you go. Okay, so what are we doing? So while I was not streaming, we have the compilation to JavaScript working a little bit. It's not working well, but we have a hello world that's working. Let me see. We have the examples. Hello, right? So this is our hello world. If I just run road person with a raid, the huge raid. Hello, thank you. Did you actually stream though? Let's see. Oh, you're still streaming. Nice. It says you're live. You just wait, hold on. You wait, what? You started the stream and then you rated what? Alright, hello Pigorly. Anyway. Pigorly. Hello. Anyway, so if I just run examples hello, right? Like this is our hello world. This is running through the interpreter. But if I do just run and I say 2.js, right? Examples hello world, like this is going to compile my hello world into JavaScript. This is what it looks like right now. We have a bunch of like unnecessary semicolons. We like assign the console log to something, assign the word to some variable, and then we like this is the actual function call. So like variable 2480 is the console log, right? And then 2481 is the world, right? And then we like do things. Oh, Davey. Yeah, we do kast stream today. We'll go back and forth between Linksider and kast, I guess. Also, I'm like I'll probably like be playing some games too. I bought the what? The Dead Cells. The Dead Cells. I know nothing about that game. You guys think this game is good? Did you play it? I think nerds will play this game. I'm going to love the RNG. Yeah, I'm an RNG lover. Indeed. RNG is the best kind of number generation, I guess. You hate Dead Cells? What do you like? You played it, you got one boss stem cell and quit again? You just find Dead Cells boring? Okay, so maybe I will not like it too much. It was like just on the discount, and I thought like I thought it was like similar to the Hollow Knight, no? Anyway, we can compile the hello world to the JavaScript like this, and then we can like pass this to the Node.js to run it through the Node.js, and then the Node.js is going to run our JavaScript code generated from our kast code, and then the hello world is going to work. I will also like the Coyote time. They have the nail from Hollow Knight. Nice. Anyway, some other day. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. You like atomic ROPS? What is atomic ROPS? Did I buy Hades? No. Hades might be a good game indeed, yes. I originally thought it was something like a Diablo, but I guess it's not. It's more like a roguelike, right? Another roguelike? Okay. Anyway, we're not in games today. We're not doing game today. We are doing kast programming language today. Okay, so I have a basic compilation to JavaScript, but it's not perfect, and we're going to like improve our like compilation in a bit. But I think before I will work on one of the simpler things specifically. Here's our to-do, which is probably already the outdated. But yes, I want this. I want unnamed tuples, right? So right now, every we have like named tuples, which is like anonymous structs, basically, right? And we don't have normal tuples like in other programming languages. We don't have lists, right? So maybe something like this is going to be like the easy thing to get back. To working on this project, right? All right, let's see. So how does this work? This is written in OCaml, right? And we have what, like types ML. This is where everything is, right? So the value, one of the values that we have is a dictionary. So I call them dictionaries instead of calling those named tuples or structs, right? And what we want to have is we want to have like the objects which can have both named fields and unnamed fields. So I think I'm going to make them. I'm going to rename this into a tuple. And a tuple is going to have like named fields, which is a map from string into the values, right? And it's going to have also unnamed fields, which is a list of values. There you go. Right? That should work. And then the type of that tuple is also going to be another tuple. This is the type level tuple, which has the named fields, which is the types, and then the unnamed fields is going to be the value type list, like that. Okay, now we have the dict fn. How old is the baby? 1 month. Do, 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 do. We have the dictionary FN. So like this is expecting then a tuple with named fields being args and unnamed fields something something, and then I will say like if list length of unnamed fields is not equal to, like, is there like is empty, list dot is empty unnamed fields, then something something, right? If not, how do you do not in OCaml again? Not? If not is empty, then fail with expected no unnamed fields, right? Something like this. What the fuck? You have a baby? Yeah. That's why I wasn't streaming for the month. Okay. Let's now go ahead and fix all the other errors that we have now that I have changed the dictionaries into tuples. What is this? Function type. Function type is a built-in function. I'm just going to name tuple, named fields, and unnamed fields, right? And the score. There was no announcement. There has been an announcement. Did I have made a trailer like for the Linksider? I don't know. I mean, I would, but like the trailer for the Linksider took us like 5 months or something. So I don't know. I don't know. Much time. Random int tuple named fields named fields that random float tuple named fields. We ignore named fields is my arguments. Tuple unnamed fields. Named fields is fields. How do we, like, hold on. Am I working on Linksider right now? Are you talking to Davey? I remember when my last kid was born, I was like 7 months without know what 8 hours of sleep is. Sleep deprivation is hard. Yeah. Davey, next time, if I'm not working on Linksetter, I'm probably pregnant too. Wait, what? Oh, it's Davey's quote from Davey. Huh? You want this to be like documented in our code base? Huh? How do we write comments in OCaml again? Oh shit, I forget everything. Tuple. Named fields. Fields underscore. No, not underscore. Unnamed fields underscore. I like this more. Tuple. Imagine if kast gets big one day and someone finds it. Well, before it can become big, it needs to be usable, right? It's not usable yet, and like there's work that needs to be done. Like I think in order for it to be usable, this language does not need to be like fast, right? Like that's not the priority, although like it is planned to like be properly like compiled and everything. Make choppy again. Well, I don't know. I guess it's never going to be fixed because I have no idea how to fix it. Maybe like once I get the new PC, maybe then it's going to be fixed. Does VES have the same issue? Like I have like from what I like VES is also doing it on NixOS, right? And like I don't think VES has this issue before. When I was watching VES's stream. Has anyone else has this same issue? Like any other streamers that you watch has the same issue where like the audio gets choppy? So it may be a hardware issue, like, you know, because sometimes my PC shuts down is because of like the Boy has the same issue. I'll have to ask Boy. Maybe they know how to like fix it then, right? But yeah, like I think it's a hardware issue. So until I get a new PC, like probably the issue is going to remain. Hopefully it's not too bad. Tuple named fields. Ah, shit. What am I doing? Named fields, unnamed fields. Tuple. Named fields is this. Unnamed fields is empty list, I guess, in this case. I'm the only one with unactivated Linux among the hundreds people you follow. Well, Linux is only being used by 1%, so the numbers seem correct. If you follow 100 people and I'm the only one using Linux, which is unactivated, makes sense. Or maybe like the other people who you watch who are Linux users, they have like they do other things other than streaming, like earning money, so that they can afford the license, you know? Which I do not, you know? What do I do off stream? Making babies, and that's it. All right. Enumerate underscore. Hello there. How are you doing? Hello, Lang developer. So you're saying that you are a Lang developer too, right? What is your language? Is kast your baby? Why was it crying? Because it didn't get enough attention. So we are going back to it to like to have to spend some time on it, you know? so that it grows into a good language, you know. And RJ also, hello there. How are you guys doing? How is everyone doing? Right now, like, I don't know how many of you have seen my language before, but we had the like dictionary types like in JavaScript objects, basically, right, where we can have objects where like fields are named and they're like anonymous structures, basically, right? And we never had tuples, and what I'm adding to the language is the combination of both the tuples with named fields and tuples with unnamed fields, basically, so that we can have the object which represents the function arguments, like in Python, for example. You can have both named and unnamed arguments, but you cannot have this object of the arguments as an object. It's kind of like a special thing, and it's not going to be a special thing in our language. You're just a hobbyist, early stages of small systems language you want to use on 32 16-bit systems just for the heck of it. Language looks interesting. You're checking out the page right now. I will update the page eventually. Like, it's just the first draft of the thing. I think I'm going to change it at some point. We just need to work a little more on it to figure out like it's a rough it's the description of the it's a rough description of the rough idea that I have of a language. Right now is what we have on the page. Very, very rough. I think it's like more useful if I would add to the web page like comparison to how you do things in other languages and how would you do these things in kast, you know. That would be useful, so that, yeah, because like comparing to others is good, right? It makes it makes people easier to understand when they come from some language that they know, right? Do other languages do that? Like if we take a look at Gleam, for example, right? Do they have this? Like comparing to other programming languages? No? C3. C3 is the new thing, yeah, C3. An evolution, not a revolution. The programming language for the next generation. I don't know about that. Simple, fast, safe, compiled. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Do they have a borrow checker? Why do they say safe? From what I briefly looked at this language, and I don't think that the word safe is the correct word to use here. You have debug with safety checks, but that doesn't make the language itself safe, right? It gives you like options to debug to see if the code that you have written is actually safe, but that does not make the language safe. C3 bad based. I don't remember what's the difference between this language and Zig. But they seemed similar, right? Anyway, I'm not looking into that. I'm just like you know, this is our programming language website, right? And yeah, I'm just like wondering what would I put here by looking at other programming languages. News community code. Like, there's no learn button here, right? There is a try though, and then the try gives you the tour. Contents. There is no comparison. Okay. C3 guide. Example. More. Is comparing your language to other languages like a bad thing? Why no one does that? Why does no one do that? If we take a look at Rust lang, does Rust compare itself to C++? As they say that they are better than C++? Because that's a fact, obviously, right? It's actually bad because it forces you to use uppercase for constants, very toxic. I don't think it matters much. Like in Rust, for constant you use uppercase, but it's a warning, right? Can you like is it basically, are you saying that they have like the same problem as like in Go or I think in Zig too, right? If you have unused variable, it's an error, not a warning. Is this like the same thing? You think strict is good? Yeah, but like there are things like this. Like this is, I see it as the same. If they make it an error and not a warning. That's a little weird to me. Like especially if you, I think I mean, yeah. Like, do you think strict is good? Is strict, is like being strict and like disallowing unused imports and unused variables, like that's strict, right? Is that good? In Rust, sometimes I generate code, and when I generate code which doesn't follow the conventions. And in that case, I'm going to, I get a warning, which I am explicitly like turning, like allowing in certain places. For release, it should be an error, but debug not. I think it should be configurable, and if you think that it should be an error, like you should do this in CI and like, you know, but not during development for sure. I don't think it's a release versus debug thing. I think it's like I think it's like release, but not in a language, like build mode. But like when you are releasing your thing that you have built into production, then you should make sure that you have checked your warnings, right? The language shouldn't have any say in how you format your code / name your variables. I think having a a convention is good though. But yes, you should be able to turn it off. I agree with that. But in general, having a convention is good, but enforcing that convention is bad. All right, over here. What is this? What is this function that I'm looking at right now? This is function type of value, right? So if I look at a tuple with unnamed fields and named fields, then the type of this value is a tuple type where unnamed fields is list map type of value unnamed fields, and named fields is the same but with named fields, and this is the string map, right? Okay, next. If I'm trying to get the type of a struct, this is also using tuple apparently. Okay, sure, named fields and no unnamed fields then. Next. Your language will ship with a knife, so safety isn't an option. Well, I mean, knife is safer than a gun, which is what C++ ships with, so I don't know. It's going to be safer than C++ at least, right? You're going to like to cut your knee instead of shooting yourself in the knee, right? In the foot. Known type. So what is this? No, not dict. Tuple. Named fields is nothing. Named fields. Shit. What's this? Like, I know that some people like formatting the code themselves, right? Like TCAP likes formatting the code himself. I like the code to be formatted on save automatically. That's what I'm doing here with Ocaml. That's what I'm doing with Rust. I don't like formatting the code myself. I think it's like too much work. I want to think about other things than formatting. So if other people have thought about this for me, that's good. But yeah, there are different people who appreciate different things. If C++ is a gun, what is a nuke? Hmm. 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 JavaScript, surely. Dun, dun. I'm not sure which one of the languages would I prefer. I think it would be C++, yes. So, like, yeah, I think I hate JavaScript more than C++. C++ is a good language. It's just, like, kind of bad. PHP formatting standards. I did not do any work in, I mean, I did a little bit of working with PHP, but I have no idea what's the formatting standards there. Tuple. So what is this? Dict. Yeah. Okay, let me do this first. The same as we had before. So like I'm only changing the I'm only like deleting the dictionary type that we had before and adding a tuple with mixed named and unnamed fields for now, but we will need to support that in the intermediate representation too, right? Which is like over here. This is the intermediate representation, which only has the named fields. This is a pattern. This is for pattern matching dictionary. That would be like the first step here. Assembly is in Nuke. Tuple A, tuple B. We have a tuple where. Wait, what is this? This is unite type. So when I'm doing type inference and I see two values, I'm not doing type inference. I'm doing like general inference, including value inference. So if I see two tuples, then and they must be the same. That means that the unnamed fields and named fields should both be the same, right? So named fields should be a match map of A named fields and B named fields, right? And then I need to say that unnamed fields is going to be so match map, this is my own function. Which is basically checking that the set of keys in the first map and the second map is the same. So I want the same function, but for lists, where list where I need to like check that the length of the lists is the same. Is there like an existing function like this in OCaml? Or should I write my own? I probably should write my own list. Like, yeah, I want to do like list dot match map function. I mean, just unite types A unnamed and B unnamed, right? But obviously list match map is not a thing. So like, I think in OCaml I can extend existing modules, right? By including the other module, right? But like, what happens if I do module list struct, right? Where I include list, right? And then I say that match map is a function from A B C. It's a function that takes a function from A into B, returning C. And then we have the AT, BT, CT. There we go. We have function FAB, and then I say that it means something that can easily allow heart to come to yourself if you misuse it. Then we get kast Rust bindings for links-cider modding and extend the development time by 2 years. The goal with the language is to first get something written in it, which, like, I mean, before using it in other projects like links-cider, I should do a standalone project. So like, what are the goals? I think like writing a Twitch bot in kast would be nice as a like a project to show the language in use, and a small game. Like, I already have prepared the asteroids that I'm going to like compile to JavaScript, you know. So far, I have found the canvas by getting the element by ID, you know? And this is going to be a game of asteroids. Like, if I finish something like this, if we participate in a game jam using kast, that would be like a good starting point. I don't think we should rewrite the entirety of links-cider into kast yet. And also, like, why would I make kast Rust bindings if I can just rewrite links-cider into kast? I think, like, I don't know. It can happen for links-cider too, for example. Rewrite kast in links-cider? Kast gem would be insane. Actually, that's a good idea. If we like, if a bunch of people like the language and they want to try it, we can make a kast gem. It doesn't has to do. You would do kast gem, yeah. Like, it doesn't even have to be like making a game, right? You just need to do anything, any project in kast. I think I remember like Togglebit doing something similar, or was it someone else? Like, it's like you just do any project in the language, and then we take a look at the code. We see like yeah, I don't know. Yo, Nerdsil, how do you like ban the word? Rewrite kast in kast? That's also going to happen, yes. Because OCaml is kind of meh. I don't like OCaml too much. You need to ban word like cheap viewers and best viewers, and they don't use the normal English letters, right? You see that they use those weird, like, things. Maybe you can ban like the weird symbols. I'm not sure. You don't actually see them? Wait, what? What do you mean? You don't see This. You're a mod, you should be able to see this, right? Cheap viewers, best viewers. Anyway, so over here, I have a list of A, I have a list of B, and I want to like match that the lists are the same, potentially like when unifying like the values into a third type C. So we need to say that the length is the same. So if length of A is not equal to the length of B, then fail with length list lengths differ. Okay, and then after that I'm just going to do list dot. Is there like a zip? Like how do you do this? Like I want to. Why is there no zip function? Or do they call this something else? They call it map2. Oh, okay. Why do they call zip function map2 in OCaml? That's so weird. Oh, wait, hold on. So map2 is already raising invalid argument if the two lists are determined to have different lengths. Invalid argument. So I literally just do map2. FAB. But I want to like catch. I want to try doing this. Catch. How did it try with? Invalid argument. S. Fail with. S. Is that what I do? Because I want a normal failure, not the invalid argument exception. You found one unbanned request? Wait, someone tried to get unbanned? Where do I see this? What did they say? Where's unbanned? Like, shit. How to stream, guys? Moderation, maybe? Oh, permitted terms and phrases. Blocked terms and phrases. Yeah. Hold on, I'll do this myself then. I guess. We have this over here, so this is the cheap viewers. Let's block. Cheap. Cheap is now blocked. Nah. You cannot use the cheap. And you cannot use the best words anymore. Slash add block term. Okay. And then also unban requests. Where is the unban requests? I can turn them on or off, but where do I see the things? In mod view, like over here. Turn on shield mode, child settings, show mod icons. Good. Live in mod view. It's in chat somewhere. Alright, I have no idea how to stream. Alright, I'll take a look next time. Let's see the other issues, fix the other issues. Nigel, hello. Cool. Named fields. What is this anyway? I have two templates. Bindings A and bindings B. Pattern bindings of this thing. Okay. Well. Okay. Hopefully I did the correct thing here. What is this? Tuples, they fail to infer. What is this? Unite types. I have two types. Where both are tuples, I'm failing to infer. Apparently. Oh, no. A tuple and something that's not a tuple is failing to infer. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Next. This. This is a tuple. Let's do tuple A and let's do tuple B. Yeah. Yeah, tuple named fields is match map. A named fields, B named fields, and unnamed fields is list match map. Unite value A unnamed, B unnamed. Okay. This should be good. Just 4 more errors. Almost done. What is this? Can I get Helix to show me the context like we can do in VS Code and the NeoVim? Like I'm over here and I don't know which function am I in right now because it does not show me. How do I know which function am I in currently? There's a sort icon if you open the stream normally. Boom, boom. Pattern matching. So this is about pattern matching. Okay, you know what? I'm going to like, yeah, so pattern is also needs to be like a pattern matching of tuples. Where this is named fields. This is unnamed fields, which is a pattern list. Right? Right. I think at this I think I will just get rid of the dict yeah, like completely. Let's do the tuple here. And this also is going to be named fields and unnamed fields. List. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Tuple. The built-in macro. Tuple. Oh, this is me just combining two things, right? Yeah. Full pattern fields. So this should be both named and unnamed field, right? Named fields and unnamed fields. Unnamed fields and named fields. I want both here, right? So this is how I combine two tuples into one big tuple, right? Tuple. Named fields, named fields. Okay. So over here, I say that tuple see, let fields A is pattern fields A, fields B is pattern fields B, so we say that named fields is going to be equal to the union string map union of these things, which is fields A dot, wait, how do I get the second SND, I guess, right? Is there SND? Yes, there is. SND fields B. Can I have, hold on, can I make this like that instead? Because I would like this more. Unbound record field, unnamed fields. Like, can I have a type here? We cannot have unnamed types in LCaml, right? Annoying. Can I have a type here? Type. Let's see here. I mean, there are two different types too. Okay, whatever. I'm just going to use a tuple then. Annoying, but okay. Okay, and then unnamed fields is going to be first fields A. So like this is unnamed fields of A, and this is unnamed fields of B. And I just need to merge them together, right? So how do we do at, I think? Is it? A at? No, at is application. Hold on. Maybe just at? Yeah, just add is one list to be list, which appends list 1 to list 0. Yeah, same function as list append. Okay. Like this. Okay. Do the same thing here. So this is a pattern. This is the compiled expression. Tuple. And we do the same thing. Let fields A is fields of A. Fields B is fields of B. And I do second fields A. I'll do second fields B. And I have unnamed fields, which is going to be the same. First fields A and first fields B. Good. Next. Next. This is when let fields is pattern fields A. People. You don't know how you got here. me like it, so I stay. Oh, Dave Ninja, how are you doing? How's your language coming along? Do you write all your tests? Did you get to like actually writing the language? Do I support pattern matching already? Yes, you can see over here. So like for, I'm doing the tuples, right? And whenever I see a tuple as a syntax construct in my thing, there is two things. I probably should rename things, but this new bindings means that am I right now in a pattern position, so I compile this syntax construct into a pattern of a tuple, or or if this is false, then I want to compile it into expression. Basically, there's like two most important things in the language right now. There are patterns and there's expressions. I think, like last time I thought about it, I actually should treat patterns as values too. So I think I will like change something here. But for now, at least, the patterns are special cased. Everything else is an expression. So like everything is either an expression or a pattern. But I want eventually to make everything as an expression. So like instead of pattern matching against a pattern, I think we just pattern match against the values, and inside those values we can have bindings as first-class citizens too, in which case the value acts like a pattern, basically. Something like this. We're going to get to that too at some point. But yeah. Pattern matching is here. Yes, we have algebraic data types too, like the sum types. I have templates, generics. Yeah. You're totally unsatisfied with Python, so you are going to rewrite your language from Python? Yeah, I don't know. I am. Did you just become unsatisfied with Python, or like did you were you unsatisfied before you started? Does the code gen or interop work? Right now I can generate some JavaScript. I like so my so the idea is that the code gen, or like the compilation, is going to be like a library, right? Right now I have a built-in thing which compiles my stuff into JavaScript, which is not perfect, but like we're going to improve that. Yeah, I'm starting with JavaScript instead of native compilation because JavaScript is an easier target. As much as I hate the language itself, as a compilation target, JavaScript is pretty nice, I think. Because I don't need to worry about a lot of low-level things yet. I will worry about them later. I'm going from like the high level into the low level. It makes sense. So yeah. The goal for now is to make a game in a browser with this language. We're slowly like getting there. Before you started, you only chose it due to parser generator. See, have you considered OCaml or Rust? I think, like, personally, I would choose Rust if I knew that OCaml is this language. But yeah, it's not that bad. But I think I would prefer Rust personally because I'm like because I guess I'm pretty good at Rust. If you're a newbie, then OCaml would probably be better. Yes, and fuck Dune. Yeah, I guess I agree with that. But you get used to the things. It's not. I'm not going to be held hostage by OCaml for much, for a long time, right? Right? We're going to rewrite this language into itself at some point, so it's okay. And also, like, how hard are generics? What does that mean? What does it mean, how hard is it, the generics? I can show you a little bit of the examples. If I go into REPL right now, does it work? Even although I, like, the current code does not compile. You mean implementation? Implementation? You mean, like, not how you use it, how you... okay, so the templates, the generics in my language right now is basically just same as functions, so they are not that different. They are the only different thing about the generics versus functions is that the generic arguments need to be inferred. You know, like if you parse the 1 to 3 into an integer, right, then parse technically is a generic function. I think it's std parse, right? Like std parse, this is a template, right? And a template has the generic argument, which is the type that I'm parsing the string into, right? So this thing needs to be inferred, and in this case it's been inferred because I specify the result of this function needs to be that, so it can be based on the result type, it can infer the argument to the thing. And that's like basically the only difference between the templates and the normal functions. Also, the other difference is that when you like instantiate a template multiple times, it's going to be like the same result, instead of when you call a function multiple times, it's going to be like it's going to like invoke that code multiple times, which actually I'm not doing yet, but yeah, that's the idea. I don't know, like, but yeah, the implementation is not much harder than implementing functions. The type inference is also like, I guess, independent of whether you have or not the templates. Generics. What's the correct word? Like, I'm calling them templates in my language, but I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Type argument. Have generic forces having trace. Yeah, we have traits too. We have that too. Not everything is like working perfectly. I think I'm not like checking the trait bounds yet. I was checking them before, and then I like deleted that code because I was like rewriting something. Generic is the more spread term, but really they are named type arguments. No, type arguments is the argument to the generic. So when you say stringify object, there is two things. Stringify itself is the generic function, and object is the type argument. Right? And you have you can have generic functions, you can have generic types, you can have generic anything. And also in our language, we can not only have type arguments to your generics, you can have also constant arguments, which in some languages are called const generics as a special feature. We don't like, we treat types as values, so like we don't really make that a special case. You know, I can have a like for example, a fixed sized array would be just in my language just a array with 30 like things, you know. This is how you would write it, right? This is not a type argument, this is like an argument of the integer type, right? TypeScript specifying type arguments. What? Which specifying type arguments? Where is it? This? TypeScript can usually infer the intended type arguments in a generic call, but not always. Yeah. Yes. Instead of using the angle brackets, I'm using square brackets right now. But yeah. We'll see. The syntax is also not final. Nothing is final in this language, I mean. Is the Golang sublang confirmed? Wait, what? What? What do you mean I'm a Golang sublang? What does that even mean? What does a sublang even mean? No. My language has nothing to do with Go, alright? Like, I take a lot of things from a lot of different programming languages, but there's literally nothing that I want to take from the Golang. This is the worst language ever. I'm not taking anything from it. Am I? I don't know. I'll have to think about this. Like, the Go routines, but like, they're not special to Golang anymore. The only good feature. Scroll to the very bottom of this page. No, I know that generic series in Go are very crippled. Are you saying that this? Are you just saying that it's because I'm using the square brackets? Go language is not the only. Like, you know that you are using Python, and I think Python was using square brackets before Go for generics. Generics in Go is a pretty new thing. Many languages use square brackets. What is the other language? I know that Python uses that. What is the other language? I was also considering the dlang approach where they do the exclamation mark. Do they have it in the any of the examples? Like over here, this is a generic. You know, the exclamation mark and then the brackets. These arguments are the generic arguments, basically. Yeah. I'm wondering if I will change or not the square brackets, because square brackets we kind of want to use. Like, the only reason to not use the square brackets is because you want to use them for like the arrays too, right? So we'll see if I have the conflicts. I don't have arrays yet. Lists. Don't have it yet. Don't talk about Python. Python is weak. So is Go. Make pattern mutable. Okay. Go at least has a static type check. Can you not enforce the Python to like you know how in TypeScript you can enforce the type definitions, right? Or like sometimes you need to like say that it's the any type to like bypass it. Like, is there a similar option for Python where you can tell like something? Because like they have added the type description in Python, right? Can you not force the type descriptions? Any is bad, yes, but like, I mean, it's better, like it's better to force something. Unknown is better. Is unknown a new thing? I think when I was writing TypeScript before, I did not have unknown. Is that a new thing? When was this introduced? I used TypeScript like a long time ago. And I used it for a short amount of time. Doesn't allow being assigned to any type, doesn't allow calling any method. Okay. Yeah, known is better. I'm just assuming that it was introduced a little later. TypeScript 3.0, which is 6 years ago. Yeah. In your compiler, you have two parsers, which is terrible. One is regular one. Second one is for syntax tree. You can use both. The second one is 50% slower. Pain to maintain too. Why do you have two? One is regular and one is for the syntax tree. Which one is the first one for? Two parsers. So you are parsing the syntax tree, and then you have the regular one. Regular creates AST. Shouldn't you construct the syntax tree and then from the syntax tree you convert the syntax tree into the AST instead of parsing again? Like instead of the first parser, second one does that? Why do you need the first one then? Because it's faster. Okay, because it does not go through this intermediate representation of the syntax tree, right? It just it converts directly into the AST. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I'm not myself worrying about performance yet at all. I just want something that's working. I'm doing a proof of concept. What's the difference between the AST and non-abstract ST? There is the concrete syntax tree and abstract syntax tree. Concrete syntax tree has information about like the spaces and everything. You can reconstruct the entire thing as is. Right? I don't know. I'm making a language, but I know nothing about these things. I mean, I know a little bit. Okay, what is this? Pattern bindings, okay. Yeah, so I'm folding these. Binding string map T. String map fold. Okay, let named bindings be this. And then I also need unnamed bindings, which is going to be like list fold. Fold left. Function accumulator field into string union. I guess over here I don't start with empty, I start with unnamed things, right? And then this is what I return. But first I construct the bindings from the unnamed things. Now in. So yeah, we fold left, we do the union, function name old. New. Fail with. Name. Years. Multiple. Times in pattern. So like this is the same. And I do this accumulator and pattern bindings of the field. Right? And I fold left starting with string map empty. And I'm folding the unnamed fields, right? Dun, dun, dun. Okay, looks correct to me. Let's go next. I don't know why, but I find this kinda sexy. Racket. You like a lisp? Lisps are cool, except for one thing, the syntax. And also most of the lisps are dynamically typed, which is also bad. A racket is statically typed, I think, right? But yeah, I really hate the plus AB instead of A plus B. This is like the opposite of being sexy to me, which is why we have like in theory kast should have like the same power as these lisps, but without the ugly syntax. Plus 1, 2, 3 is 1 plus 2 plus 3. Yes, but it is still weird because I mean, I guess you can get used to this, but I don't know. When you get to kast, you're going to make A dot plus B, and you cannot stop me. Well, I cannot stop you, but like, why wouldn't you not just use A plus B directly? Like, what's the dot plus and brackets for? I mean, if you really want to, you can do the same as in Lisp. You can do plus 1, 2, 3. If you want these things, then you can do those things too, I guess. Method. I need to have methods too, but we don't have methods yet. Some languages do plus dot for floats. OCaml does that, and I hate it. I hate it. Expand macro. Values. This. Okay, yes. So for now, yeah, like, yeah, this is going to, like, be good. Eventually, right now, like, when I'm writing a custom macro, I need to, like, have all the arguments named. If I could have the unnamed arguments there, that would be also really nice. Okay. Not yet, though. Not yet. Next. So many errors. Cool. What is this? This is pattern. So this is the pattern matching. This is the pattern matching. When I'm pattern matching a tuple with unnamed fields, unnamed patterns, and named fields is named patterns, right? So if I pattern match this, then obviously the over here it should be a tuple with named fields being named patterns into that, and unnamed fields being unnamed patterns into list map Okay, so yeah, so if I'm doing pattern matching against an inference variable, then we know that the variable must be a dictionary, a tuple, right? Let's call this tuple. Do you know what a CT scan is? Trojan Mango. CT scan. as used to diagnose disease or injury. Computed tomography scan. Out of all the scans they can do, this one is the most radiation. So you are now radioactive? Is that what you're saying? How do you feel? Isn't that supposed to be like written down in your like medical history or something like that? So that they know that they shouldn't do the radioactive scans on you multiple times? You also want to glow in the dark? I don't know. I wish I could. Like if I could use a different ability. Like I don't know. I think glowing is like nice, but I would rather like have the ability to fly or something like this. You know, like shoot the lasers from my eyes. I don't know. Yeah, glowing is a good superpower too, though. I guess. So what is happening here? I'm doing pattern matching of a tuple pattern versus a tuple value, right? What is happening here? So I know that the named fields, I'm merging the patterns and values. So if a pattern does not specify a field that is in a value, then pattern match fails. Or if a value has a field or a pattern has a field that is not in the value, then it's an error. Right? So I'm just yeah, I see. I'm just constructing a single map. This, all right. Sure. I don't care about the name here, I think, right? So let me see. If I do the same for unnamed fields, unnamed fields is, so this is basically the match map, I think, right? The same list.match map, I think. So if I have function pattern and value, then I return the pattern and value, unnamed patterns and unnamed values, right? This is what I want. So this is my unnamed fields. This is a list of tuples of patterns and values that I need to like pattern match against each other, right? Can I do string map dot values like a dot iter or something? Dot fold. Named fields, some string map empty. Okay, so this is the already matched, yeah, okay. Okay, so I first need to like match the unnamed things, right? Matched. Let's do list fold. Do like the same thing, kind of. List fold. Fold left, I guess. I'm folding left, starting with some Some string map empty. These are like the matches based on like the names of the bindings, I think. And we go into unnamed fields. We iterate over that. And I don't have the name here because this is unnamed fields. Expression has type local string map t option, but an expression was of type pattern times value. Because the result is on the left. Because the default has different order of the arguments on the list versus the map. You want to read my thoughts? I can tell you my thoughts. My thinking is that we only have 14 errors, which is like almost nothing, right? After I finish fixing all of these 14 errors, the progress has been made, which is amazing, right? And yeah, but we'll have unnamed tuples in the language. Oh, you want to read them? You want me to write them? Okay, get field opt. So this is me trying to get a named field from an object. So if my object is a tuple with unnamed fields, I can ignore the unnamed fields. But named fields is what I care about. Field named fields. How would I go about getting an unnamed fields, right? So like in OCaml, we use the fst function to get the first argument of a tuple of two things, snd for the second. In Rust, we do .0.1. So like technically, if the field is actually like 0, then maybe like it should get the unnamed field by the index too, right? A.0. Yeah. But in this case, the field should be like either a string or like the index, right? I think I will like come back to that question later. Keep that in mind. If that's a tuple with unnamed fields, I guess I will keep it as a warning by not binding this to the underscore like this so that I come back. Namespace locals. Wait, what? What is namespace locals? Namespace is a value. Yeah, because like tuple, yeah, these things can be treated as namespaces, right? So tuple, unnamed fields, and named fields are just fields. I think I will just do something like if I will do something like if list is empty, if not list is empty, unnamed fields, then fail something tuple with unnamed fields is not a namespace, right? Maybe, I don't know. Almost there. I realized we need a shouting emote. Like Rink's war cry. What does Rink's war cry looks like? I think I remember it, but... It's okay. What is this? This is me evaluating the expression. So if inside the code we have a tuple expression which says unnamed fields and named fields, These are like the intimate representation of the fields, right? So as a result, we get a value, which is a tuple, where named fields are the evaluated named fields, right? And unnamed fields are unnamed fields evaluated. Right, okay, that's easy. Next, tuple. This is substitute type bindings. Like that. Like in a game. If you're talking about the thing in the corner, this is the game that I'm making, yes. But right now I'm working not on a game, right now I'm working on a programming language. I have multiple projects that I'm working on. Sometimes it's making a game, sometimes it's participating in a game jam, sometimes it's making a language like today. We don't do that here? No, we do that here. How is your game, Nerdzel? Yeah, I'm making a puzzle game, which the trailer for the puzzle game that I'm making you can see in the corner, and you should wishlist the game because it's a good game. Hopefully going to be released at some point. Not sure when though yet. Hey, here's my JavaScript compiler. When I'm compiling JavaScript, I'm right now not doing assigning to a tuple. Right? I can only assign to like a standalone bindings for now. Pattern matching does not get compiled into JavaScript yet. Tuple cannot be compiled into JavaScript yet either. Wait, hold on. Does JavaScript has tuples? I'm wondering now. I mean, we're going to just use the object with like named fields, like field 0. Linksider will release after Cast 1.0? I'm not sure. No. Linksider will be released before Cast for sure. Linksider has more priority than the Cast. Kast is a product like Linksider originally was made for a game jam, right? So we made a prototype of the game first, figured out that the game is good, and then we made a full game, right? We are making a full game now out of that. So like Kast, we don't have a prototype yet, so we need to get a prototype first and then go into making the full language. So this is me showing the dictionary, like the debug view for the interpreter. That's easy. Then we need to show the types probably too. Similarly, over here. Hello, Kubi Man. My name is Kuvi Man, not Kubi Man. But hi, how are you doing? El Hejo del Vento. Del Viento. Did I say something bad right now? Because I don't know the language. Hopefully your name does not mean anything bad. Son of the Wind. Nice. That's a nice name. Is it question as type string into value type list string? But integration was of type string. Yes, because I need to start with this and then unnamed fields to initialize the folding. Okay. Next. This is me showing the intermediate representation. So if the intermediate representation we have a tuple, then we'll say that it's a tuple. Over here, tuple, tuple, named fields, unnamed fields. Same stuff. List, old, left, function, back, field. I feel like joining like the list of things with commas in between could be done nicer. I'm not going to think about that though. Whatever. Okay, 5 more errors. Show pattern with data. Basically the same thing, but for patterns. Hold left. 2 more. Type ID, yes. So if I get a type ID of a tuple with unnamed fields and named fields, then tuple get ID, named fields is unnamed fields into list map get, named field is named fields into string map get. So this specifically is talking about the tuple module. So this needs to be the tuple key, right? And tuple key is the thing where fields, named fields, is the IDs of our names, and unnamed fields is just the list of IDs. Okay. Okay. Last error. Pattern to value with. So like Yeah, okay. Okay. This is me replacing the bindings with concrete values in a pattern and get a value as a result. More errors. Shit. Tuple. The value to type. Okay, so this is me converting a tuple into the tuple into a type level tuple, basically. Named fields. Named fields. All right. Is this it? I have no more errors. Only warnings, which are not errors, right? So the question is, does everything still work? Let's see. Nix flake, check. This is going to run my tests. You bet no. Looks like it still works. Scrapple. Let's see. So if I have a hello and I have a world, this is not going to work because it's expected at dictionary, right? So like I don't have a syntax yet for this, but if I have like the tuple with like the first field being hello and the second field being the world, then this is my tuple, right? Which, so like this is like before, I can have named arguments, I can have named fields, but unnamed fields require being able to be constructed, right? And I don't have syntax for that, I guess. I mean, I have a syntax for this here, right? When we see a comma, we're trying to combine the thing on the left of a comma with the thing on the right in a comma of a comma, which is in the built-ins, I guess, and we do the tuple. This is the one, right? So if this is exactly the thing. So if the thing on the left, is not a tuple, right? Then right now it's not something with named fields. It's not something that we know that is like a tuple because it has like something. Then it must be the unnamed fields, right? Is that so? Compiled. What does compiled have? What is it? Compiled is new bindings. Okay. So if we have this, then in this case, I return so named fields is going to be the empty one, right? And this only has one single unnamed field, right? And unnamed fields There's a list of yeah, this is a single unnamed field like this. I think that is correct. Same for patterns, I guess. Pattern pat. So in this case, we just do add and string map empty. Okay. Let's see if it works now. So if I say hello, comma world, this is a hello world, which is a tuple of 2 strings. And if I say hello and I say 1, 2, 3, this is not going to compile because like I need the types of the numbers. But if I say hello 1, 2, 3, and this should be the type of this should be string and int 32, right? String and 32 is not a number because of the priorities. Wait, so the comma, okay. So I need parenthesis here basically. And then it will be able to do that. There you go. Nice. So that means that I can write functions now which have not named arguments, but unnamed arguments too, right? Let's see. So if I have a function f, wait, hold on, std print string into the void. Yeah. Like I can have unnamed arguments in case it's only one argument, but in case it's multiple arguments, I could not do that before, right? So let's have a function that like says print 2 things, print two lines, right? This is going to be this is a function from you know, like a, I can pronounce this into yeah, what would we pronounce it as? So we have a function where like first one is a string and second one is a string, and I need to do std string unless I use, let me just use std here, use std, right? So print both is a function where first is a string and second is a string, and we just do print first and we do print second, right? Like this. So if I do print both and I say hello, I say world, right? And this should work. There you go, easy. Now we have functions with like this. And I also can have a function, you know, where one of them is named and the second one is not named. So I can have both named and unnamed arguments in the same place. So if I have the first string, but second one is going to be named, right? So for that, I just do this right now, similarly to OCaml, right? So print both. I guess I forgot a comma here. Over here, I forgot a comma in specifying the type. So this is a function from string, and second being a named argument with a name second, and type string. So to print both, and when I do the print both, I say hello, and second is world. You know, this is basically the same thing. If in the future, if we add like also like optional things, it would be even better, I guess. But yes, this is nice. Nice. Let's commit. Unnamed. We have basically not unnamed tuples. We have mixed unnamed plus named tuples. Is there any other language that has that? I don't think that I have seen. It's like either named or unnamed arguments. Python. You don't have that in Python. In Python, you only have this when you call a function. But like I said, you don't treat the function arguments as a separate object in Python. A function argument is a special thing which you cannot, like, you cannot have this specific. You do args plus keyword arguments, yes, but like it's special. It's a special thing. You cannot have the args plus keyword arguments as one object, because all functions in my language are functions of one argument. It's the, like, I only have one argument to every function, but the argument is of type of a tuple, which has both named and unnamed fields, you know, which lets me pretend like my function has multiple arguments, but in fact it is not. The only argument to the function that I have written there is the tuple with both named and unnamed arguments. So we have that thing. Nice. So did you decide to rewrite your language in something else? You're looking at Racket? Nice. Why do I have Go open? We should close that. Alright. You go for the fun part now. You just like this one, you're gonna use TypeScript. TypeScript is love. I don't have enough experience with TypeScript. I was like, I had like kind of a good impression with TypeScript, but one of the pain that I had last time was that they have the union types. But do you have tagged unions in TypeScript? Tagged union, TypeScript. You have this, okay. Kind of. And do this. Like, had a problem with figuring out something. I don't remember what my problem was though. Also, I heard other people complain about TypeScript and how it is like really hard if you're a library maintainer, but I have no idea what they people are talking about. Chalk on concrete. Okay. Let's see. Do I go into like JavaScript world now? So here's the thing, right? Like I said, I can do just run to JavaScript. So like we can compile to JavaScript. Here's our hello world compiled into JavaScript. It does not output nice code, but it does output code that works. And what I started doing is I started like having this example of the asteroids game, basically, right? So here's my HTML, right? We have a script. We call the asteroids JavaScript, right? Asteroids JavaScript is not a thing that we have. We instead write kast, right? So here's our code. We use std. We import JavaScript library, right? And we say canvas is document get element by id canvas, and then we print the load. This is going to be world of asteroids, right? So far the only like JavaScript specific thing is document get element by id canvas. So I'm trying to make this work, and I think this was working before. 2/HTMLs was there? Oh, there is. Wait, what? What the fuck? I did not put that in there. That wasn't me. All right. Anyway, if then we take a look at the just file and then the asteroid. So here's what I'm doing, right? I'm compiling to JavaScript this main cast file into the JavaScript. I'm copying the index.html there too, and then I'm running the server, the file server, so that I can like take a look at this in the browser. So if I do just asteroids, this is going to compile to JavaScript and open the server. So if I go here now, localhost 8000, this is my asteroids game, which is an empty thing right now, right? And this says in the console log, hello, this is going to be a game of asteroids, right? If not you, who else? I don't know, did you put it there? Why do you guys mess up with my code all the time? Fix double slash HTML. It was Nigel. You really cannot take me seriously with the hyperlink cursor? I have both cursor. I have my own custom cursor, as you can see. Like, it depends on what I hover on. Yeah, I need to like figure shit out. Yeah. Wait, what? I don't know. Alacrity doesn't set the like it's. I think like it's Wayland. In Wayland, it's like the job of the applications to set the cursor, and since Alacrity does not set the cursor at all, it defaults to the hyperlink cursor. When I was using GNOME instead of hyperlink, it just stayed the same cursor it was before, and it was also annoying. You know, like for example, if I hover on something else, which is a pointer, and then I move my mouse to the Alacrity, then it stays a pointer or something. I don't know. I think it's a problem with Alacrity, maybe not. It depends on the application that I'm using. Okay. So how does JavaScript compilation work? How does JavaScript compilation work, right? So here's what we have in the thing. Right now, it's written in OCaml instead of in kast. And at some point, I want these things to work. This is the entire compiler to JavaScript. So what do we need to do? We just need to be able to compile the intermediate representation into some JavaScript code. When I so like the intermediate representation is an expression, because everything is an expression in kast, right? So I compile an expression into JavaScript code. JavaScript code, as a result, is going to be the code to calculate that expression plus the variable that I'm storing the result of the expression in. Basically, that's what I need. That's all I need, right? So, for example, when I see that I have when I'm calling a function, right? So let's say that inside my intermediate representation, I'm calling a function f with arguments args, right? Then I need to first compile the function that I'm calling. Then I need to compile the arguments that I'm calling, and then I need to execute the code of the function to calculate the function, and to execute the code to calculate the arguments, and then I need to get as my result. This is my actual code of calling a function, right? So I know that after executing the code to calculate the function f, the function that I'm trying to call is going to be stored in the f variable, and the arguments that I'm trying to call the function with are stored in the args variable. So there you go. I'm just this is actually constructing a string of JavaScript, the function, opening bracket, arguments, closing bracket. That's it. Like, pretty simple, I think. If everything is an expression in kast, can it, the music group, make statements then? What's the music group? It is not a music group. It is a horror movie. It's not a music group. I don't know of any music group called It. Huh? Did you say that the language is named after a rapper? What? Was it named after a rapper? I don't know. It's named after Nigel. Nigel, are you a rapper? I mean, no, it's not named after Nigel. It's named by Nigel. So yeah, I don't know. Is there a rapper involved in that name? What's the rapper, Nigel? Okay, here's the thing. When I'm compiling to JavaScript, the actual problem that I have encountered and why I have not made more progress of this off stream. Because here's the JavaScript standard library, right? It says that the HTML element is a built-in type HTML element. This means that it's built into the target, which is the JavaScript in this case, right? And then the document is an object with get element by ID thing, which is which is a function from string into the HTML element, basically, right? There you go. And over here, I'm just like writing JavaScript directly. But the problem was what? Here's what the problem is. The problem is over, I guess over here, print. What is print, right? Print is not defined in the JavaScript. Print is defined in the standard library. In the standard library, we have the print. Which is this, right? Print. Print is just a built-in function print, right? And a standard library is a standard library for all the targets. But what if a target does not have the print built in? You know, or what if for this target I want to implement it as a different thing, you know? Basically what I'm saying is we need conditional compilation. Right? With conditional compilation, which means that when I compile the standard library, we need to know what is the target with what is the standard library targeting, basically. So normally in most programming languages, when you have the ability to compile to multiple targets, you specify this on the command line of the compiler, right? But I want the language to be like the interpreted language in which we have the ability to compile the code into multiple targets kind of like at the same time. And I don't know any languages that do that except for Nix. So in Nix, the way it works is that you have over here, here's my flake, right? And I'm specifying the packages for the system. So the system in Nix is basically the same as the compilation target of my programming language. The packages in Nix is basically the standard library. So when you import standard library, you need to import the standard library for the specific target, which is called system here, right? If I want to only target one thing, like I'm doing in this flake specifically, I'm saying that my system, like I'm only supporting the x86 64 Linux here. Like this flake is not going to work on a Mac, for example, right? But if I was to write it a little bit differently, it would work. So like the Nix packages is basically like the standard library. When you say import Nix packages, it just gets the Nix packages, right? Which is the standard library, which is a function which we apply to this, which is the argument, right? So the standard library is basically a function with the argument being the target. So I'm thinking of doing the same thing in kast. And then whenever you do your own library, also needs to be a function from the target. That's my current idea. Does any other language do the same things? Like any programming language? Because Nix is not necessarily a programming language. Does anyone know something like that? So basically, standard library, instead of it being the module, right? We are going to say that the standard library is like a function, or more like a template, I guess. It's going to be a template where we say that the target is like some target, you know? Or I don't know, maybe target is a string. I have no idea. What should the target even be? What should be the argument here? Like, should it be like a structured thing or not a structured thing? When you do a compilation in Rust, or like, I guess in C++, I guess too, the target is basically like like a string. You see it has something like x86 64 PC Linux GNU, right? Something like this. So we can treat these things as like as strings, or we could add some structure to it. I don't know which one is better. For now, we kind of have two targets, which is the interpreter, and we have JavaScript as my two targets, right? And eventually we want more targets. So for example, right, why do I want this? Because in some targets the string is going to be a built-in target, but in some targets the string is not built in. In some targets like C, for example, you know, I will say something like this. So string is something like if target is equal to C, then it's going to be, you know, like a pointer to character, right? Something like this. Otherwise it's a built-in, you know. And this is how we would do like conditional compilation, so that the strings are done with pointers to characters in C. Otherwise we could use like built-in types. Same for functions. Sometimes the functions, they have like the built-in implementation on the target. Sometimes we need to implement this manually. You don't know if Gleam does it, but whenever you see its author write a Gleam library, the wrapper has a little bit of JavaScript and Erlang too. Maybe it does that. Let's see. Wait, is Erlang is compiled to JavaScript too? I thought it was only like compiling to the Erlang virtual machine. They have the JavaScript backend now too. So here's the library, right? There is Erlang, JS, and Gleam. This looks like a normal thing. And this is the FFI. Okay. So do they specify this file here, .erl? No. FFI. Yeah, there you go. So here's how they do it in Erlang. I've seen this in other languages too, I guess. So you have a function add, but the function is external function. In case your target is Erlang, then it is defined in this Erlang module, I guess, or whatever you call them, in module, and from this module you import the function add. In the case it's a JavaScript, you like import this JavaScript module and you import the add from it, right? Yeah, I've seen something similar like that in the the Coco language. But the question is, so like so far all I see that if the function is either fully external or fully implemented in the Gleam itself, right? But what I am saying is that sometimes the function should be implemented in Gleam itself, and sometimes should be implemented like in the target language with the FFI, you know? Is there an example like this? Because like it seems to me that, I mean, maybe there is like if I emit external JavaScript, and if I if I have a body of this function, is it only external for Erlang? Gleam external. I would assume that. Sometimes in our projects, we want to use code written in other languages, most commonly Erlang and JavaScript. Depending on which runtime is being used, Gleam's external functions and external types allow us to import and use this in non-Gleam code. An external type is one that has no constructors. Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. The fact that type is external or internal, I guess, it depends on the target, though. It does depend on the target, and they only like either fully make them external or not, as I understand. External function is one that has this attribute on it, directing the compiler to use the specified module functions and implementation of a Gleam code. The compiler cannot tell the types of functions written in other languages, so when the external attribute is given, type annotations might be provided. Gleam trusts that the type given is correct, so stuff. I mean, yeah. Multi-target externals. Multiple externals can be specified. If a function doesn't have an implementation for the currently compiled, then the compiler will return an error. Yes. That okay. But like I said, sometimes depending on the target, it can be implemented in the language, and sometimes it's an external. So yeah, I'm going to have something more like the Rust's conditional compilation, but in Rust you cannot access another target, which I will be able to. I guess you cannot do it in Gleam either. So yeah, so basically the library, any library that you write, would need to be generic over the target, and depending on the target you might do different things, right? So when you would be doing this, you would say not just use standard library, you would say use standard library for JavaScript specifically, right? Because that's what we want to use in this example. We want to use the standard JavaScript library, not just any standard library. And then ideally they would like be the same structure, but there are some things that are available on one targets and not available on the others. Like threads, for example. You can spawn a thread, but not in JavaScript. There's no threads. Or ideally, you don't import JavaScript here directly. Maybe ideally what you do is... I also am thinking that, like, you know how this is, like, very explicit, right? But we have the context system. So maybe the target that I'm compiling to, my target, should be a context. So instead of doing std javascript, I do std current target. You know, current is a keyword which gets the current context, and target should be like the always available thing. So when I specify on the command line of the compiler my target, then that would be it. But at the same time, I can use the standard library for like a specific thing too, if I wanted to. If I only care about one target at a time, though, we just do this, I guess. I think also similarly to this, like, you know how when I'm using a function, like, you know, generic, my audio is compiling, I'm sorry. When I use it in a generic function, like with generic argument, which can be inferred, I can omit this generic argument, right? So similarly to this, if I'm using std and I'm not specifying the target, it should maybe like default to the current target or something like this, so we don't like do like we don't become very verbose because of that. So it would still look like use std, but because I don't specify the target here, it actually means use std current target. You know? But if I want to, I can specify the thing. Dun, 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 dun. And then we want to have like the comp time stuff too, right? So let's say that I am currently let's say that I'm currently compiling to JavaScript, right? And if my if I do std print hello world, right, this actually will mean that I want to do console log hello world, right? But obviously at comp time I don't have any console, right? Which means that in order to for this, like if I want to make this work in comp time, right, then I have in my comp time to use not any standard library but the standard library for my comp time, basically, right? Standard comp time print. Like you would need to do this because by default the standard library is the standard library for the current target, right? Does that make sense? The other option is that the print would always be available, but the print itself is the generic function based on the target. So we std print for the current target for the comp time. And in case I use the function inside comp time, then it would automatically like do that somehow, something. I'm not sure. I have been thinking about this thing and I have still not figured out what exactly do I want to do here. But I think that with contexts, like I know how we can do it in the very verbose way. So maybe we should just start with the verbose way and then figure out how to make it like look nice. The difference between like my comp time and like Zig's comp time, for example, is that the way it works in Zig is that they emulate the target, which I don't want to do. I want to have like basically a separate target, which is the comp time, which has like its own features. And if I want to, and then I would need to be able to convert the values from comp time into like compiled target values if I need to. I don't remember where they say it, but the way comp time works in Zik is they emulate the target. Have I suggested any Ludum Dare themes yet? No. Did you? Is the website even working? It was working last time I opened it. 23 days. Oh, theme suggestions are open. What should I work? What should I suggest? What should I suggest? Do we suggest casting? So that we make the thing in cast? And we just say cast. 23 days, yeah, like I'm not sure if I can like get cast to a usable state in 23 days. We'll see though, we'll see. Because I also want to like work on Linksider and other things. But maybe for a simple game I can make it work. We'll see, we'll see. I feel like we're not very far. I just need to like figure out some core things like this multi-targeting, conditional compilation. If not, then I will just do something with Rust. Kast. What else? I don't know. It's a bad theme anyway. Not going to win. What's a good theme? What do we like seeing as a theme? Was any of these themes good? I guess the limited space was nice. Delivery was okay. Every 10 seconds, yeah, very, very good. Delay the inevitable was nice. You don't understand what makes a good theme? Are you going to participate in this jam, Igorly? Not sure yet. Do you usually do it the coding or the other things? You want to do it with a team or not? What does Pigorly even do? Pigorly, what Pigorly does, as far as I understand, is he watches all the streams in existence. And yeah, he's just been in every single chat. I guess that takes a lot of the time from Pigorly. I'm not sure if he has time to do anything else. That's probably the reason he's not doing any game jams. Ah, alright. That's why you wasn't a team, it was overwhelming. Well, you had you were in a big team. I think it would be like overwhelming, like try a small team. Big team needs organization. right? And understanding of what everyone can do. So yeah, basically, like, there's two things that I'm thinking about right now. Like I said, it can be the standard library, which is a function from the target into the standard library for that target, right? Or we can have the every specific thing, like the print is a function, which is a function, and its implementation is dependent on the target. So the print right now is just a function from string into the void, right? But it actually should be like the function that depended on the target, and like when we know the target, only then we know the concrete function, right? And then at the same time, what is a string here, right? Because the string is a thing that dependent on a target, right? So string right now is just a type, but what it would be is a string is a type that depending on the target into type, right? But then it's a special kind of thing. Print JavaScript hello world. And yeah, it's like not a normal function. It's like for all target, this returns a type basically, right? And this one is for all targets. It returns a string into void, and returns string from that for that target specifically. You know, this is kind of more like it. $19-month sub, not even interrostation, SMH. You cannot convert Pigorly. We're going to convert Pigorly to kast when kast is ready. If not, if Rust was not, I mean, actually, like Pigorly did write the a little bit of the of a hello world in Gang, right? So Pigorly did use Rust. But yeah, this is like a little bit too verbose, right? How would I go about like this being not verbose, right? Like let's say that I'm writing my own function, right? Function. So this is a function depending on the target, right? And depending on the target, I'm returning a function that like from string. Returning void, right? Right, and obviously this string is a string for this target specifically. So like I don't want to write this, right? This should be done automatically, right? Right? And I don't want to write this either. I would just want to write a function. So is every expression target dependent? What if we make every expression target dependent? Does that make sense or not? You forgot what string target means? Well, string is a type which is different depending on the target, right? If it's if we are like using C, then string is like a pointer to a character, right? If we are using like JavaScript, then there's a dedicated built-in string type. So like they are different, you know. So string target, I mean, square bracket is just like the template instantiation right now, right? You use angular brackets in other languages. So target is the current target, which can be like JavaScript, right? JavaScript string or a C string. But we want to just try this. Like, you know, the example that we have here is that we can just compile this vertex shader, which is a function, which we just write, into GLSL, or like my game. We can build an executable to my game, or we can transpile it to C. Rating coming, huh? Oh no. Should I think more about this? But I feel like I have, like... Oh, it's a Coffee Lava raid. Coffee Lava. I have not seen Coffee Lava stream in a long time. Is this your... Am I looking at the Twitch at wrong times? How are you doing? Are you working on a game? I don't remember what you were working on last time you were streaming. Let's see. Back to Skibidi. You hide your VODs. Okay. Am I making a Rust killer? Yeah, I'm making a C++ killer, I'm making a Haskell killer, and every language killer, yes. But like I'm too early into the process yet. Like it's obviously not killing anything yet, but yeah. So yeah, I'm making a programming language, and the idea is that it's going to be not a compiler, but it's going to be an interpreter, with compiler being a library, is the idea. I want to write everything in the language. I want to write my shaders when I'm making my games in this language. I want to write the code itself in a language. I want the build system be in a language. That's something that you've seen in Zig. That part in Zig is nice, I think. So like, yeah. I have something working. But I'm like I'm trying to figure out right now how would I go about conditional compilation when I have this. When I don't think there that I know of any languages that allow you to like basically convert your code into different targets at the same time. You like usually specify the target on the command line of your compiler, right? The only language that I know that can kind of do this, like I was saying before, is Nix. Because in Nix, when I'm specifying like my dev shell, for example, I'm specifying this like for, it's basically like a function from the target into like a specific thing. Yeah. He hasn't streamed in a long time that he finished a game and started a new one. Wait, what? Did he release a game? Is there a Coffee Lava game out there somewhere on Steam? Coffee Lava Steam. Coffee Caravan. Is this by Coffee Lava? Book of Grandura? Hold on. There's my game, by the way. My game is also on Steam. It's not released though. Wishlist it. You see the trailer in the corner. Grandura. Let's see. It released in July. Is it an auto butler? Roguelike? RPG? Three games in one? Traditional roguelike, auto butler, and... Ah, shit, I'm too slow. And tower defense. Buy on Steam. Starting January 1st, 2024, the Steam client will only support Windows 10 and later versions. Did you guys know that? Is anyone using Windows 7 still? You're on 10, just made the cut. Well, good shit that I'm on Linux and I don't need to like update my Windows. Nice. Is it getting on a sale anytime soon? Year of the Linux desktop, any year now. I had to switch back to 10, couldn't figure out how to activate my Linux. And I have Windows 11 installed too. I don't have Windows 10. Yeah. Anyway. So, I don't know, let me show you a little bit of the language if you guys are interested. Like, I'm not sure if, like, the thing that I'm thinking right now, like I said, is how would I go about targeting multiple targets at the same time? And the idea is that the standard library is not just a standard library. It's like basically a function from a target into the standard library for that target, and I would be able to like use the standard library for different targets at the same time this way. And same for the other libraries. I think is my best idea currently, but I don't know. Let's see. Here's a hello world. Hello world, where is it? There it is. We do a print hello, or we can use a print on the right side using the pipe operator. C++ cannot do that. Officially better than C++ already, right? Right? Yeah. What else do we have? What else do we have? We have exceptions and results at the same time. We have try. And we have catch. It looks like OCaml or F#, that pipe thing. I can pipe on the to the left too. Which is like just normal. I mean, hold on. Let me just show you this. We have a REPL here. I don't have a REPL because I did something with my standard library. Yeah, I was like experimenting. So yeah, if I like, I can call a function with the argument without parentheses. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? What do you guys think about this? I can do this with parentheses too, though, if I wanted to. But like the every function in my language is a function of one argument. But at the same time, a single argument to a function can be a tuple, which would let me create a which would let me have a function like this. For example, here's a function that takes a string and a string, right? This is just one thing. This is not a function of multiple arguments. This is a function where the only argument that it has is a tuple with two strings. and then I can print both hello and world. Right? String is not found in the current scope. Of course it's not. Use std, because I forgot to do this. Right? So we can do this. And also, my tuples can have both named and unnamed arguments. So I can make this to be a named argument instead of unnamed argument. So when I print both, I can say hello, where the second argument is like named and is this, you know? And like this arguments is not anything special. This is just a tuple with both named and unnamed arguments. And I need to fix this, by the way. I forgot a comma when I'm debugging this. So no variadic. I don't have variadics yet. I want to add variadics later. So today, so like before today, I only had named tuples basically. I only could have named arguments. And today I introduced this mixed thing. And we want to have variadics, yes. And using variadics, once I add those, we will have like variadic generics automatically too, because we have generics too. So yeah, generics is something like, what is a good generic that I could show? Like we have generators too. We have the yielding. I guess this is like an example of a generic. When I want to compile something to a JavaScript, I can literally compile anything, right? So for all types T, I can compile type T into JavaScript, which gives me both the JavaScript code and the variable in which this thing is going to be stored. Kind of. I don't know. This makes Kast very function-like. With all the people making their own programming languages, I often wonder why they go so far away from traditional C-style syntax and come up with some weird shit, like Rust, for example. Rust is Rust is the closest thing to C. What? Why not go for something like C, which has such a great and simple pseudocode-like syntax? I don't know. I don't know what's great about C. I think I don't know. Like like syntax, like it doesn't matter anyway. Like Rust was made specifically to resemble C, though. Like I wish Rust was more different, because it sometimes is a. But at the same time, it doesn't matter. The syntax doesn't matter. What matters is like the semantics. I mean, syntax matters, but like it's not the most important thing. You can get used to the new thing. You can learn, right, guys? Learning is the thing that people are capable of doing. I believe in humanity. People can learn. You don't have to use the thing that has been done before, just because like that's the way it was done before. It was done in like, I don't know. There's a reason that they don't use C syntax directly. There's things that are weird in C. You've never learned in your life? Anyway, the syntax is not fixed. I guess one of the cool things about the language that I have is that the syntax is not static. The syntax is dynamic. I can define new syntax easily. Here's the standard library syntax. I just define the syntax, for example, for function definition, you know? If I have a function type, which is the argument, into the result, then I just do this. I say that I have a syntax for defining a function type, which is a right associative operation of the priority 7.5. And the definition is we have argument, and then we have the arrow to the right, and then we have the result. And that's it. And then like using a bunch of these definitions, we can like parse the language. And if you want, you can have your own custom syntax implemented in the language, which makes this language like powerful, like a Lisp kind of. And it works using macros. So for example, do I have a lot of macros right now? Like, for example, here's the pipe, right? So when you say arguments piped into a function, this actually gets expanded using this macro. So when I have a, so when you see this in the code, because I have a syntax definition of the pipe, and I have and this translates to a macro. This is just being converted into this code, which is calling the function f with arguments args. And you can do this for other things. Everything Rust has that C already had, it's pretty much already in the same syntax as it was in C. Yeah, kind of. What about Rust syntax offends my sensibilities? I mean, I'm used to Rust. Rust is my go-to language. I'm using Rust for a long time. I just like sometimes, for example, like sometimes I look at the functional programming languages. They look kind of clean, you know, and yeah. Yeah, there's like a lot of symbols in Rust that could be deleted. Like the brackets when you call a function, for example. How will I handle lifetimes? I'm far away from handling lifetimes, but I'm planning to do something very similar to Rust, but I have not like talked about it too much. There is a thing in Rust that is called a ghost cell, a crate, which is based on like a paper somewhere. Ghost cell paper. Separating permissions from data in Rust. And this is how I plan to do like the lifetimes in my language. But I'm very far from doing this. So basically you would have like a pointer to the data, kind of, right? And then so like in Rust you have like the value, and you can like borrow the value itself, and while you are borrowing the value you cannot borrow it mutably somewhere else, right? But instead of doing this, they are separating the borrow mechanic from like the actual pointer. So you have like so you can share your pointer anywhere you want, but in order to access the data you need to like have the same borrow checking as you have in Rust, but you don't borrow the thing itself. You borrow like the keys to access the data, if that makes sense, you know? So like when you define a variable in your code, you know, like let a be something something, what actually happens, you have like the data, and you have the access to this data. So the borrow checking happens on the access, but the data can be shared freely, basically. But when you actually want to access the data, you need to like you need to have it, basically, kind of. And I also have like this context system, so the access is going to be like implicitly passed around in the form of context. So for example, when I have like a function which wants to access the variable x, you would if you wanted to be explicit, you would say something like with read x, for example. I'm not exactly sure of the syntax yet, but if a function foo wants to read the value of x, or wants to like write the value of x, right, you would be able to like say this explicitly, or it can be inferred too. And then this is like a zero size thing which exists only in compile time. It would be like passed around, which is like the borrowed access from this ghost cell paper. If you're interested in the ghost cells, you can like kind of read about it here, I guess. But like in Rust, you cannot do very easily things such as like trees where, or like over here, right? You have the linked lists. If you have tried Rust before, doing a linked list in Rust is not very easy, right? But using this this thing, you can, basically, because you're separating the references from the permission to access the reference. And I read the all right to the data, kind of. So it's a thread saved. It's a zero cost abstraction too. What's a good example here? Yeah, there's like a lot of like words like invariant and lifetimes and branded and shit. I want it to be like kind of built into the language, and you will not need to like think about it too much. For example, here's my mutability example, right? This would not compile in Rust. If you have a the variable x, which is hello, and have a function f which prints x, right? So this is a closure which captures this variable x, right? So this thing is referencing this, right? And then I'm modifying x to be world, and then I try to call this function again. Now in Rust this would not compile because I'm trying to modify the variable x while the f still holds a reference to this. But what happens instead is the reference can be shared, like I said, and instead, in order to access, we will need like this access object, which is going to be borrow checked. So when like I said, when I'm specifying the mutable variable x being hello, I'm not just specifying the x, but also like the permissions to access x, like they like appear in our scope. And whenever I'm calling the function f, I need to have the access to x in my scope. And this would still compile, which would not compile in Rust. Kind of. Syntax is a personal taste thing, I suppose. I just don't like the way Rust is doing it. For example, the borrow checker thing is not your cup of tea either. You'd much rather have something like bflang. Just checks the leaks at compile time and lets you know whether they are. Let's set the bflang. How do you check the leaks at compile time if you don't have the borrow checker though? It's a real-time leak detection. It's not compile time, it's runtime. They say real time. Real time and compile time are very different things. Yeah, that's like different. I personally am like I don't know. I like not having bugs and detecting them as early as possible. Compile time is the earliest time where you can detect a bug. If you need to detect them at runtime, it means that you need to like actually trigger that piece of code that leaks, right? And they also say like leak detection. Leak is just one kind of a bug that can happen, right? You can have a use after free or a double free at the same time, and leak is one thing, which is considered a safe thing in Rust, by the way. So Rust does not prevent you from leaking. Checking leaks at runtime sounds horrible. How would you check for leaks on edge cases? Basically, as you compile and run the program, the IDE lets you know what memory you didn't free. Yeah. I mean, Do they have a garbage collector or what? They say C++ interrupt, so I'm assuming not. I never heard about this language. Is it actually being used for anything? Is it a new thing? Looks like C# over here. Make sins is basically macros, okay. Compile time function evaluation, okay, sure. Compile time code generation, sure. Create serialization method at compile time on types with serialize. No runtime reflection required. You generate the code as a string? That's bad. Why is it not based on like ASTs or something? I mean, yeah, sure. That also works, I guess. It's relatively new, maintained by the only one guy. Do they have a... Is this not open source? Source code is available on GitHub. There you go. Beef IDE. They also have their own IDE made for the language. Instead of making a language server so that you can use it with any IDE. Do they have a language server? But yeah, I mean, checking leaks at runtime does not sound horrible, Nigel. I think checking for leaks is good. Like it's same as like if you use C++, you can use valgrind. It would tell you where you are leaking memory to. They basically have like integrated valgrind into the language, which does that. And if they do that, they should also like have a runtime checks for like double freeze and use after freeze then too, I'm assuming. Allocate once and never free. Yeah. That's also a strategy. Like, I mean, it's a safer way to use C++, I guess. Arena all the way. Yeah, arena is a good thing. I have arenas. I call this arena. Why did I call this arena? I call arenas here like the objects that will like go like once the arena is out, you cannot no longer reference anything inside of the arena basically. That's why I call this arena here. So we can have like recursive data structures that point into each other, and once the arena is out of scope, you can no longer use anything from inside of this. Right, I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. Well, how about I do something simple? Did I have something simple in my to-do list? Like, I can do a list, for example, right? I don't have lists right now. Unnamed tuples, though, that is done. Sometimes you'd have better syntax. I mean, this is done. But, like, the let... Binding for binding, variant for variance. No, I think, yeah. Delete this. Like a hash map. I could make like an ordered map. We can try using a language to see like if I can do like a balanced tree, if I can implement that. We don't need lists for that, right? Why Rust uses multidimensional vectors instead of lists? What? Does it? Rust just calls lists vectors like C++. I don't know. Let's try. Like I mean, I can make a simple hash. Like with a list, I would be able to make a simple hash map, right? Without a list, I can make like an ordered map. But in order for it to be ordered, then I need to have ordering, yeah. But I have ordering. Hold on. Standard library. Let's see. So we will have by lists you mean native arrays or actual dynamic array kind of list? Well, I want to have both, but yeah. Yeah. I guess fixed sized arrays are arrays and lists are like the vectors in C++. Adding array support is more important. Because I can implement, because you want me to implement lists with arrays. Well, it depends. I'm not yet compiling my code into native code. You can see over here the JavaScript is my first compilation target because I think that JavaScript compilation is going to be easier, so I can use like lists instead. I'm not yet sure which one. Like array. Well, there's like three things, right? First, there's a fixed sized array, right? So fixed sized array, right? This is this, if you give it a size, which is like an integer, I guess, right? Something like this. I don't know. I don't have the U size or something like this yet. Maybe I should edit. Let's have the int32 here. So this is just a thing. Old junior dev. Hello there. Why does Rust use usize? Well, size means that it's the same size as like the pointer, I guess. The U means unsigned. In C++, you have size t, which is the same thing, right? Do they have signed size t? C size t signed. Type def for a signed type that can contain a size t. It's not possible to define such a type. No, yeah, they have ptr diff t, but this is not necessarily wide enough. It's the result as a writing to pointer, but there is nothing that says a pointer subtraction cannot overflow. The C++ standard says that when two pointers to elements of the same array object are subtracted, the result is the difference of the subscripts of the two array elements. The type of the result is implementation defined signed integral type. This type shall be the same type that is defined as std ptr diff t. in the cstd-def. As with any other arithmetic overflow, if the result does not fit, the behavior is undefined. Amazing. Size t is unsigned long. As far as I understand, not exactly, but like usually, yes. Also, Rust now prefers to call usize the rest sized. Important distinction, especially for architectures like Cherry. Reading C++ docs are harder than assembly. So if I wanted to have a fixed sized array, this is kind of like a built-in type. Built-in, how do I do this? I've not worked on the language for a long time. I think I just do built-in. Fixed sized array. Sure. Then I would do in the built-ins, see, add fixed sized array. Fixed sized array. So what is a fixed sized array? It's a generic thing where the argument is the size. So do I have a template? And this is a function. A function is function not a built-in thing? Built-in function is a different thing, so I can have like a built-in, like I have built-in macros, built-in functions, but I will need a built-in template for this to work, I guess. You know what? I think a fixed sized array is a little harder than a non-fixed one, and or at least like dynamically allocated one. I think would be easier to do. You know, we can do like I have not had yet. I guess the problem that I have, the actual problem, is that I do not have a generic built-in types yet. So like in general, right? The slice, I guess, is what we could call this. The slice of type T. Right? So if you do like slice int32, this is like a slice of integers, right? In Rust, you do this, I guess. So I mean, we could have this as a shorthand syntax. I wanted to. Slice. But the thing is that I want it to be built in here, right? I don't know. Let me call this just list for now. I'm not going to worry about the distinction yet. And then we will have like I need to do something here. And then we will have like a function, you know? So like, you know, what does T mean in Rust? Lies but not borrowed in any way. Yeah. Why they have it separated? Because it's an like in Rust you have unsized types. I guess you don't have this thing in C++, right? So you can say so the slice of T is a sequence of bytes in memory representing this slice, right? But you yeah, it's pointer plus length. I mean, the pointer plus length is the reference to a slice, because like if I don't know. I don't know how to explain this myself. I have never explained this before. Rust unsized types. Like the str is the same thing, right? Like most types have a particular size, but like you when you have pointer to the sequence of elements of type T, then it makes sense that you need the pointer and the length, right? So like the reference to this slice is this thing, but the slice itself, so like the actual region in the memory, is a different thing, right? And I guess the I'm not working with unsized types a lot. Like I kind of understand this, but I don't know how to explain it. You can also have like unsized types as the last field of a struct, so that your struct becomes unsized because of that. How does that work if you have a reference to it then? So like if you have a struct foo, you know, you have like field A, which is an integer, right? But you have field B, which is like a slice of integers like this, right? In this case, if you have a reference to foo, right? Then this reference is containing the size of this thing, I guess, right? Is that how it works in Rust? I don't do this usually. Like, you know, if you only had like the thing which is like pointer plus slice, it would be different, because it means that the part of the structure is a pointer that pointing somewhere else in the memory, right? But the slice itself is like so like inside the struct we don't store the pointer, right? You know what I mean? That's why they are different, kind of. Can if I get plus get mod on the same T, since it doesn't care on the same mutability. Wait, what? In your compiler, slice is size to 16. This pointer is not used without borrowed form. It is used without borrowed form. One of the things that you can do without the borrowed form, by the way, I guess, is you can store it in a shared pointer instead of like a normal pointer. So like one of the things that you can do is you can have an arc of a slice of integers, right? You do use std sync arc, I guess, right? So this would be like 123.into, something like this. And in this case, it's not just a pointer, right? It's a pointer and then the length and then the amount of references, right, for the reference counting, you know? Because if this was like the pointer and the length there, then you would have double indirection. You would need to go through the pointers twice, I think, or like 3 times even, right? Because the arc itself is like the pointer to the data plus the I mean the arc is a pointer, and then near the data they store the reference counting data, right? So you go through reference once, and then you would need to go through the reference through the pointer twice. So it's double pointer interaction in this case. But because you can do this, you will only need to jump once. Does that make sense? Size type, usage, use case maybe. I personally don't care much. I don't use Rust because of performance or like this advanced stuff. I don't care much. Unsized types always have to come behind some indirection. The ref count is the atomic before the T, yeah. Why do I even know that? Like, I don't even need that. I never needed this. Why? How do I know that even? I don't care about this shit. I mean, I should if I'm making my own language, but... Didn't trace is unsized. Yeah, didn't trade also is unsized. But like, I guess the question is, why would you make didn't trade unsized instead of like just having didn't trade being like this pointer plus pointer to the V table, I guess. Instead of having the pointer to the V table being the reference to the didn't trade. It's the V table plus the pointer to the data, I guess, right? The 2 pointers. Because there's din, box din, arg din, and stuff. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think that I have explained it well. Like, how do you explain it? Is there a section on the Rust book about that shit? Like, why? Like, maybe they like. Why do you even need box? Right? I guess is another question. Well, I'm assuming that you're familiar with C++. You like there is no like. How do they do this in C++, for example? Right? In C++, they don't have unsized types, right? C++ unsized types. Do they? I think last time I checked, they don't have zero-sized type either, right? Zero-sized type is also impossible to do. Is there a type in C++ that takes 0 bytes? The type def is misspelled. You cannot have an object of size 0, yeah. Rust is better than C++, confirmed. C++ cannot do box. Is unique pointer in C++ different from box? C++ unique PTR versus Rust box. I thought it's the same shit. Why you say C++ cannot do box then? Because I thought it's literally the same. Rust unique is unique PTR. Unique. Unique RC and uniquely owned RC. STD PTR unique. I never used this. It's experimental. Are they adding unique PTR to Rust? A uniquely owned RC. This represents an RC that is known to be uniquely owned. That is have exactly one strong reference. The class has inheritance to fulfill a similar use case, but stores the V table in the class. It shows the virtual table like wait, when you have a pointer to an instance of a class in C++, is that a pointer to the data plus point? So that's not 2 pointers, right? Like in Rust, you have the pointer to the V table plus the pointer to the data, right? It's possible to store the VT pointer in the type itself. Messing up the struct layout. The virtual table pointer in the type itself. So it's double indirection to get the to the vtable. Is that so, right? So like the pointer to the vtable, in order to call, you need to go double indirection. Okay. C Rust is better than C++. Easy. It cannot be understated how busted C++ move semantics are. Well, but they do allow you to have some logic when you move things, which we don't have in Rust. Like I said, this is something that I want, and like they are going to edit, I guess, right? With the what was it? Small cult. What was it called again? The thing that they were talking about, the claim, right? They want to add like the claiming, which would allow you to have something like a move constructor in Rust. They're not trying to add new object model to allow things like box. Anyway, how do I do a list? How do I do a list? The list would be a built-in, and then I would have a function. I'll figure this out. I would have like a function, you know, like I don't know. Let's say empty list type T, right? This would be like a function from nothing. Built-in empty list, which is nothing into the list of T, right? For example. And then here, I would have like a built-in, like here is the question. What am I doing? Because I only have the concrete built-ins. I don't have templated built-ins, which is something that I would need to have, right? Maybe I can do a list. It's going to be a built-in like list, and the type of this is that, right? I would need to figure out how to make this built-in. There's Rust Conf 2024 talk in about an hour about game dev. Is RustConf 2024 like happening right now? And you're watching me instead? Nice. Is it just me or this website is ugly? Do they talk about, do they have like the things that they are going to talk about? Where is the schedule? Check out my talk, Rust for Linux. Didn't they rage quit Rust for Linux because of some bullshit from the C developers that hate Rust for no reason? Because of the skill issue or something? Making open source secure by design. Project goals, Rust roadmap. Putting an end to accidental semver breaking changes. Cargo semver checks. Are they doing like the automatic semver checking for Rust now? I think I remember. Like, what was the language that I saw doing this? I think the Elm language. Elm language. I think they were doing this. Like when you update your API, like they tell you if you have breaking changes or something. Not sure. Low overhead observability in high RPS servers with a tracing crate. Rust in space. How Rust is powering next generation space mission simulators. Rust in motion, building reliable and performant robotic systems. The many mistakes I made in Archive. This is like the serialization library, which is a zero copy. Oh, it's only deserialization, not serialization. Or do you like? I thought they had serializing too. Actors and factories in Rust, distributed processing, overload protection. Websites, web apps, and WebAssembly. How we built a Rusty real-time public transport map. The current state and future of Rust compiler performance. Finding bugs with Cargo Mutants. Cargo Mutants Ninja Turtles or what? 6 clock cycle per pixel. Graphics on the Neutron Pico. Is this the one? That's happening in a half an hour? Making a programming language for 3D design. Rustify your API. Journey from specification to implementation. Compiler-driven development. Making Rust work for you. Safety goggles for alchemists. Mem transmute. Safety in the unsafe world. Shooting stars. Live code a game in 30 minutes. Wait, what? They're doing a game jam live there. Getting a game in Rust would take weeks or months, right? Well, of course, you need to make an engine first, right? Because, of course, you have to make your own engine. And then, so yeah, I would say years is more accurate estimate. Let's like a real shooting star themed playable multiplayer game with graphics and sound effects, and then play it live on stage with expert controls all in under 30 minutes. What are they going to use? Are they going to use Bevy or some other shit? Eternal sunshine of the rust of emptied mind. Widening the ferrous net. Dun, dun. Ah, nice. You'd assume macro quad? There is a macro quad gem or something happening. Gems. Gem, macro quad, macro. What is it? Macro quad gem. They announced a gem. Quads gem 2024. There are 7 people who joined. Amazing. I joined. Do you want to join, Raymarch? There's apparently like 7 people who use or at least want to try macro quad. Starts in 1 month and 6 days. You don't know if Shame is ready. You're planning to like release the Shame soon? You're saying it's almost ready? okay, so the question is, how would I do this? Maybe let's go into the OCaml types. Let's see. So like one of the values that we should have is going to be like a list, right? So we have a list of values, right? And we use the OCaml list here as the implementation, right? And the value type would be also a list of types, right? That's the type of a list. Okay. So when I say that we have a list, right? So as you can see, the float and int32, this is a concrete type of int32, so that I can refer to the built-in int32 from inside my language this way. But if I do a list is not a concrete type. This is a generic type, so it's a template, a built-in template. Anyway, gotta do some support and back to RustConf. Okay. Let's see. So can I just do... So I will need then to have a built-in template, I guess. I think. So another thing... So we have built-in functions, we have built-in macros, right? And we will have also built-in template. So as you can see, we have functions and templates. They are basically like the same. They're treated a little bit differently, but they're both technically functions. So similarly to this, built-in functions is going to be similar to built-in a function. So the function itself is the built-in function, and the type of this, so that we know what is this thing returns, just going to be this thing. Yeah, sure. I mean, technically, I don't know. Maybe I don't need type here. We'll see. So this means that I would have a built-in template, right? Which is a built-in function, which constructs a concrete list type, right? Okay. If only I had like more help from the compiler here. Can I have the Yeah, no, I cannot. The type annotation, can I like field fields like we can do in Rust? We cannot. Built-in function has a name and impl. So yeah, name is going to be list, and impl is the function type. Is a value to type t, and then we return. So like the result of the list template is the type, which is a list of t's, which is like the argument to this thing. Yo, Rings. Hello. How are you doing? Did you find a team for the Ludum there yet? Yeah, so yeah, this looks correct. This looks correct to me. Nobody said anything yet? What if we form a mega team this time again, but this time we don't go for like the huge game? We don't over. What if we make like basically the same team as we had last time? What if we don't overscope? What about that? You think that could work? What if we make a small game instead of going and making GTA in 2 days? Ah. Wait, hold on. So, like, if I have an empty list, how would I know the type of the list, right? If I have this value in my interpreter. So I guess when I have the list, I need to actually store the values plus the type. And the type is, like, optionally already defined. So I'm guessing that this should be an option then. And I will, like, and then this is going to be, like, mutable then. Maybe? So that if we know a value, then we will know the thing. Or maybe it should be like the variable that is going to be inferred at some point. Let's just do value type. We initialize it with an inference variable then. I use unit for void type. I might change that. Yeah, I was like talking about like the void and the units before with some people. If you take a Wikipedia page on the unit type wiki, I'm not the only one who's calling unit a void. In Swift, the unit type is called void or empty brackets, and its only value is also this. Same with Java. But I might rename it. Because if you are like I don't know, a type theory nerd, then you would not like this. I originally intended to have the empty tuple and the unit to be different things though, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure yet. With LLVM backend you have, it's huge pain to have any zero size types like void. What do you use to make your language, by the way? Do you use C++? Rust? Why don't you use the crane lift? Do you know what crane lift is? As far as I understand, it's much simpler to use than LLVM. It's slower. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I mean, isn't LLVM also slower than GCC? At least in some cases. Are you going to make a GCC backend too? What's the goal of your language? Do you actually make a language that you will use? Not just having fun? I would personally use crane lift if I get to the backend, like to the native backend. But I'm starting with JavaScript, like I said, because I don't care about like the low level stuff yet. I want to figure out the high level. I want to figure out what the language should look like before making it like fast and shit. But I'm thinking about it a little bit for now. What do you will use it for? Are you also making games or something like this? Type of value. So if I have a list, then I return the type, which is list of this type, right? Okay. Unused variable B. This is not an error. Oh, Camel is so bad. Like, look at this. I have a warning, which is for some reason an error. Okay, what do we have here? List. We need lists. Somewhere here. List. Fail. And then if we have a list A and a list B, then should I post this clip in the Jam Discord? Sure. Games for hobby. Do you need that much performance though? I like if you are doing this for a hobby, so you're making a language for yourself to make games for hobby, right? Or is the language that you are going to use going to like be used by anyone else by you? I don't know. I would go for crane lift. I mean, I'm going for JavaScript because that's going to allow me to make a game faster, even though the game is not going to be quick. It's going to be allow me to share the games with other people faster because I'm going to just host it somewhere and they will be able to play it in the browser. This is expression as type value type list, but external type of value type. Oh wait, this is types. Hold on, hold on. No. I just say then list night types A and B, right? That's all I need here. Okay, here we also have a list. This is the inference algorithm. If I see two lists, then I need to like unify every element in the list. It's always fun to look for JavaScript optimization to squeeze out that 15 FPS. Before Rust, actually the first use case for Rust for me was replacing JavaScript because of how long, so like before using Rust, the project that I was working on, I spent literally 90% of the time optimizing this shit. And yeah, it was fun indeed. I remember that I was using like Imscripten with Rust, and I was using it on Windows there was a funny thing, like because you use a lot of crates usually in your Rust projects, on Windows there's a limit to the command line, like when you do something on the command line, there's a limit to the length of the command that you're trying to run on the command line. And like when the Rust compiler was trying to link the final like executable with Emscripten, it was doing this through like the cmd.exe, and like it was specifying all the crates that I wanted to link with, specifying all the paths for it, and it was longer than the Windows command line length limit. That was also fun. That was very fun. A values, B values. This is what I want here. How did I solve that issue? I think I moved my project from my home folder into like the root of the C disk. And that's how I fixed the issue, I think. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. But yeah, like this thing plus removing dependencies, like merging dependencies, like if the crates were made by me, sometimes like just getting rid of dependencies, yeah, like merging crates into one, like embedding a dependency in your code. I didn't do it with the external crates though, so. But maybe like instead of using a dependency, I would like write a little piece of code myself. Yeah. Also, at some point, I just moved to Linux, and on Linux, I didn't have that issue. I mean, I didn't move to Linux, but I started building the thing on Linux first, without myself being on Linux, because like the native builds would work nice, but the web builds would require some stuff. Pattern matching is not exhaustive. Built-in template and list. Okay, so what is this? List underscore or built-in template underscore. Guess I just do this. Pattern matching, non-exhaustive. That's what I look for. Okay, so this is show type. If I show the type of a list, then I say list, right? And if I show, this is a more detailed showing the type. So I have a list of t, then I say list of show type t. Is that what I want? I guess. Get value type ID. So this is me getting the type ID. So if the type is a list, then I need to list t, then I need to do list.getID. Get ID for the type, for the inner type, right? So then list is this for the list key, and list key is just ID. You go to bed. Good night, drinks. Night. I think I'm going to end the stream soon. I feel like I wanted to do like I need to like figure out. So like the actual like problem with the language that I have right now is figuring out how to do the how to like target multiple targets at the same time, you know? Like I want to be able to compile to JavaScript at the same time. Some piece of code is going to be compiled to the shaders into GLSL. Some of the code is going to be executed at compile time, and that's like also a different target. And I need to like figure out how to do this correctly. And yeah. Still good progress today, like even just with the tuples. That was like painful without the tuples before. And lists. I'm going to add lists. It's going to be nice, I guess. Oh, wait, this is a type. List. Some bindings. Okay, that's easy. Over here, this is me showing the value. Okay, so this is a built-in template. And then list. It's a list over here. Built-in template. F name built-in template name, and then list. So if I have a list of values, then I'm going to show it inside the square brackets, I guess. And then we do list fold left function accumulator value show value. this. And values. You can't not overscope and have bad scope on your team. These are contradictions. Are you saying, Pomo, that I should get you on the team? Is that what you're saying? We swap bad cop for Pomo. But as far as if I remember all of your games, you are even better than at overscoping that bad cop. No, I remember that game that you did with Brainoid for the honest gem. That was the most overscoped game ever. No. Okay, we have two more. We have two more compile value. So this is me compiling the value into the JavaScript. So we know already how to show the list in a JavaScript. That is easy. If I have and by the way, integers should be able to be compiled into JavaScript. That's easy. I can do that. I just didn't use the integers in JavaScript yet. List. You know what? I'm just going to, for now, before, like, since I'm not using JavaScript yet, I will say that lists cannot be compiled to JavaScripts, like, yet, you know? And, yeah. Built-in template for sure, it cannot be compiled into JavaScript. Built-in template. And over here, when I substitute bindings, okay, so this is the built-in template underscore. Don't substitute anything here, and in the list of values, we get a new thing where values is values mapped using the this thing, and the type is still the same. Is the type still the same, or do I substitute it there? Maybe substitute type bindings. Dub. Yeah. Maybe, potentially. Unbound value list map. Wait, what? Oh, because it's a different list. Can I somehow refer InnoCamel to like the original thing? Let me call this list ID. And then over here, I need list ID. Okay, looks like it compiles. Now, we need an ability to construct a list, right? We wanted the ability to construct a list, the empty list. Is one of the things, right? We already have this function empty list. We also can make the list with the syntax, right? std syntax. So what would we do? I would do something like syntax for syntax for the empty list is going to be opening bracket and then closing bracket, right? Sure. Now I need to figure out what's the priority of this thing. What would be the priority of this thing? And by the way, like there is also like types, like since we have like the lists, right? Like when I see something like A, right? Is this a list of A, or is this a type which is a list of type A, right? That's it's not obvious. But I mean, it's also already not obvious with other things. So what I do right now is I do something like TS type to make sure that it's a type, but by default it's a value, which is a list with a single element being T. Well, I guess it's higher priority than also, like if I use the square brackets, the problem is like we have a conflict with template instantiations, and I'm using the this thing here, right? Which is like indexing operation too, usually. Like if I call a function, if I call the function f with a list, right? It looks like an indexing operation right now, since I'm not using parentheses. You know what? Let's not do a syntax. I will just have a function for now for the empty list, right? Just REPL. Type of built-in template. To do type of built-in template. Yeah, because I need this type. Okay. So what happens if I just do let's just have a type there, you know? Yeah, just like I was originally planning. Similar to how for the built-in functions, I'm doing this. I want to do the same for built-in templates. Although this should be just any type, I think. Which I would over here initialize. To the new inference variable. So that we actually specify this type in the language itself rather than here. That makes sense. Undefined recursive module in kast 16. What? Exception. Undefined recursive module. What do you mean? Hello? I have no errors. This thing has been built. Dune build. Kast REPL. Undefined recursive module. What do you mean? OCaml, undefined recursive. I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, what does this error even mean? I don't understand. Why can I not Google it up? Line 16, characters 2.8 in libcastml. Line 16, characters 2 to 8. This is character number 8. This is character number 2. Why is it like not even full identifier? We start with 1, okay. Anyone knows OCaml? What does this error mean? Is this the time where I drop my OCaml implementation and rewrite everything into like the actually good language, like Rust? We start from scratch? Yes. What's the problem with OCaml? It's an annoying language, in my opinion, to use. The language server being the worst thing. Like, when I was going on my diagnostics, there is a lot of fake errors. It shows me fake errors, literally. Until I fix the actual errors. The creator of PGL began implementation of OCaml before rewriting it in Rust. I started this in OCaml. The reason I started this in OCaml because I was like just trying to learn OCaml. I didn't even want to make the language in the first place. It's just like I heard some good things about OCaml, so I wanted to try the language, just like I tried Zig before. And like just like Zig, I don't want to use this language anymore. The tooling is really bad. But like I think if I did not know Rust, it's kind of like a simpler Haskell. Like I like if I want to go functional, I would rather go Haskell. Haskell is better than OCaml. Rust is better than OCaml. OCaml is like the Go of functional programming languages. So a bad language. What does this say to me? Recursive module definitions allow modules to reference themselves, but this can lead to circular dependencies if not handled carefully. The compiler requires that all dependency cycles between recursively defined module identifiers go through at least one safe module. A module is considered safe if all the definitions have function types. Yes, but like it was already working before, I know that all of my things are safe. I know that I have a safe module in my cycle. Yes. Why it happens. When evaluating recursive module definitions, the compiler needs to build initial values for safe modules involved. To avoid potential issues with circular dependencies, the compiler uses a special evaluation strategy for these modules. If a function component of a safe module is applied during this computation, corresponding to an ill-founded recursive definition, the undefined recursive module exception is raised at runtime. Wait, hold on. They have a link even? Okay. Recursive module. Let's see. Runtime. This is the thing, right? If a function component of a safe module is applied during this computation. What computation? Let's see. Currently, the compiler requires that all dependency cycles are defined. Go through at least one safe module. If module is safe, all definition is functions. So it's like building like a virtual table, basically. Because the yes kind of thing, right? Evaluation of recursive module definition proceeds by building initial values for the safe modules involved. Also, like the Rust itself was written in OCaml before, but guess what? They rewrote it in Rust. You think it's just because they wanted to like self-host the language? No, it's because OCaml is bad. That's why they rewrote the Rust compiler, right? If a function component of a safe module is applied during this computation, the initial values. Okay, hold on. Wait. Evaluation of the recursive module definition proceeds by building initial values for the safe modules involved, building all function values to. Binding all function values to function arrays and define recursive module. The definition module expressions that are then evaluated, and the initial values for the safe modules are replaced by the values thus computed. Yes, I understand how it works, but why? When? Can you give me? Okay, hold on. How about like the stack trace? You guys think getting stack trace in OCaml is easy? Let's see. I think you need to do export OCaml run from B. Straightforward, right? Let's see. Am I going to have the thing? So yes, I am trying to call built-in values to construct my built-in values, because this is like a constant, right? I'm trying to initialize mod caml internal mod dot init mod field fn. Wait, what? I'm trying to use something internal I'm trying to use some built-in into the OCaml compiler, and this is like am I recursive with the OCaml itself? Is that what they're saying to me? Why is this? Here. FN, built-in values. Okay, hold on. Values. Built-in values. Like, this is the thing that we're trying to, like, initialize, basically, right? Oh, it's because I'm calling this value to type, and previously I was not calling the value to type, right? Because this is that. Okay, I think the way that we can like work around this is basically, instead of making this a constant, right? I can make this a function that creates this constant, like this. Right? That's all. And then when I'm using built-in values, instead of using the built-in values of the constant, we construct the built-in constants here. Right? Built-in values. I guess we just do this instead, which is like the same. Okay, now we have something else. Okay, built-in template list is not a template. So now I'm trying to instantiate a template, which is a built-in, and built-in templates do not act like as templates yet. So I need to do this. So whenever we do what is not a template, right? So there's two things where this is needed. When I'm doing the initialization of the intermediate representation, I need to like initialize some stuff for the type inference. So in case this is a template here, then I can do things. But if it is a built-in template, then what do I need to do here? So so we result in instantiate initialize. We have the self here. I'm not sure if this is correct though. Can I do over here? To do check. I'm not sure what I want to capture here. I think I don't want to capture anything actually, because this is going to be a built-in thing, kind of, right? And then we say that we have the template being the template, and args is args, right? So the only thing, so like over here, we need to initialize the intermediate representation data, which contains type inference things, right? So like I need to, so like what would be the result of me instantiating this template, right? And yeah, so I have this type here. I think I should say inference dot, hold on, and have known type here, because this is a built-in one, so I need to like know what it should result into for sure, right? And then I need to say something like, so template type is going to be, do I need to like match type? Like the type can be an inference variable, and then at some point it's going to be like known. Do I like, I don't remember. I have somewhere a thing which like guess the inferred thing. You know? Maybe I need to match type with built-in template type must be template. So this must be a template. T, right? Template type. This footage returns what? Yes, this is exactly what I want. And then we do the same kind of, right? I think. Let's see, let tt be equal to this. Is that what I need? Since this is about the type, this is all I care about. Huh? And this is not a template. And this is what I'm matching. This is about that stuff. And then I need to that too. Yeah, there we go. There you go. So captured is t captured. I need to figure out what is this. Maybe I just do this, and over here I return self. To do. I mean, yeah, I think that should be okay. There's also this captured, which is like weird that I'm not using. Oh, because it's a different one. Hold on. Captured. Captured. There you go. I'm not sure if everything is correct here. Build finished. They say, okay, it says build finished, but at the same time they show me the errors that don't exist. LSP restart. Now I don't have errors. See, this language server is bad. Instantiate. Okay. This is not enough though. I mean, maybe this is enough. Let's see. It says built-in template type must be template. There you go. So yeah, this over here. Like I said, this type is actually the infer variable var. Like in this case, I need to do inference get inferred var get inferred as type. Yes. And this thing needs to be a template. Do I have like this thing where like infer? Like fully infer a thing? Like maybe inferred. Okay. Let's type match type with this, you know. But if it's that, then this okay. Okay, and then built-in template list is not a template, right? So this right now I fixed the type inference stuff, and then we have another part where we say is not a template, where we actually evaluate the instantiation of templates. So the interpreter, I guess, right? It's not a template over here. You know, when I'm instantiating something, this can be a template, or this could be the built-in template, right? And in case this is a built-in template, then I just, so like, since this is a built-in function basically, right? We just do function implementation, and I just call this function with the arguments. I just returned this, I guess. Here, right? Description has type, function type. Yeah, like over here, I don't really care. New function type vars. Function type vars to type, right? Like something like this. Because I don't care, I think. Okay, and then the inference failure, because we see that on one hand, we have a function that takes void and returns a list of t, right? And on the other hand, we have just void. Why is that? Because I probably did a semicolon on accident in my code. In the end, yes, like over here, yes, empty list. Yeah, so empty list. Over here, this does not need a semicolon because like this is the result of this template. There you go. And also, but this over here can be a semicolon. Okay, let's see. If I do list int 32, this is going to be a list int 32. This is my type, right? There you go. This works. If I say empty list, not a function. Wait, what? Elemental Magic's card game. Hello, hello. How are you doing? How's your game? A card game about elemental magics going? All right, I want to like finish the lists a little bit. I'm not going to finish them fully, and then going to be it. So learning WebGL. What were you making your game with before? You didn't have graphics in your game, or you did only backend for the game, and now you're starting to do the front end. Are you doing the WebGL in Haskell? Today I added the to kast the tuples with both named and unnamed fields, like I was going to before. Today I finally did it, and right now I'm adding lists. You have graphics in CSS, HTML plus basic JavaScript, but you want to make cool animations and stuff? Oh, I thought you were making everything in Haskell. Isn't there a thing that is called like GHCJS? Which can compile your Haskell to JavaScript? Or maybe you are not too deep in Haskell. I thought I don't know. I thought you were pretty deep though. Like, I thought most Haskell people like hate JavaScript. If there is an option for you not to do that. Empty list. Like, shouldn't my error be like because I have not, like it says not a function. But what is it? Hold on, wait. Just REPL. What is an empty list then? Empty list. Well, I mean, it's std empty list, right? But it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's a template, right? I mean, if we do empty list of int32, right? This is the thing, which we then can call. But the problem is that it says that built-in function empty list, not a function. I mean, this is inferred for us before, but yeah. Built-in function, empty list, not a function. I think it's because like the built-in is not found technically. And yeah, my error is actually misleading here and incorrect. You decided on pure script over GHCJS. Did you consider Elm though? Isn't Elm like nice for building the front ends? I'm not sure about like games. Like, do they do games with Elm? Pure script versus Elm. Literally the first thing. Why use pure script over Elm? Despite being functional, Elm is quite minimalist when it comes to the time system features. Is pure script actually like has the good features? I think I remember that Elm didn't have type classes, right? And pure script has those? type classes, which are the same thing as Rust rates and Swift protocols and Java interfaces. Elm has a handful of built-in type class-like things that work by compiler magic. So like they only work for some things, but not for other things, right? For a somewhat colorful rant about this, see, Elm is wrong. Is there a similar thing which is called like OCaml is wrong? What is a comparable thing in in this language? This includes numbers, characters, strings, lists of comparable things, and tuples of comparable things. Well, I mean, no, this is better in OCaml. Like, so, like, in OCaml, we have modules. In Elm, they don't have that either, right? This is better, though. You know that Bob Harper has some Rensky in Haskell, and he calls it modern algol? Pure script is like Haskell plus row types? Wait, are you saying that pure Haskell is more features than Haskell? Does pure script has like higher kinded shit? In Haskell, having a bunch of similar records. And I understand what you mean, yeah. By the row types. It's basically like they can have anonymous structs, anonymous records, right? Like in TypeScript, for example. Like I have here, my language. I don't have named structs yet. All I have is unnamed shit. It's like having a record without a name, just a mapping from keys to values. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like I said, today what I did is I now have tuples finally, like you know, like previously in kast, if you were following before, you could only have like the tuples in a field A and the value A, you know, and field B, value B. Yeah, like you could only do this, but now you can do like tuple which can have like A, B, and then A, B, and like C, C, you know, I can have both named and unnamed things at the same time. And by the way, I still forgot to add the comma. I should add the comma. So far, your experience with SpiroScript, like Haskell supported the browser completely. So like they do have monads and shit too there, right? Like as for, I don't know. It's hard to believe that they have like more features than Haskell. They definitely like ripped something away, right? It transpiles to JavaScript, C++, Erlang, and Go. Wait, what? They even have the Lens library? Nice. Wait, so is it strictly better than Haskell then? Why is everyone still using Haskell? I mean, no one uses Haskell, I guess, except for this one person in chat who happen to have. Yes, you can use it for desktop graphics programming. Nice. But like, why? Like, there must be a catch, right? Anyway, I need to like finish and stop streaming in a second. Let me just do what? Built-ins, built-in functions, empty list, you know, empty list. There's a built-in function. You know, name is empty list. Implementation is a function type. Value. So value is empty, I guess. And then we just do what? We do a list where type is type is that, and then values is empty list, right? But what is the type here, right? So we need to like figure out it based on the function type that we have inferred. So match function type dot result type with so this must be a list of t, otherwise fail with and figure out type empty list, right? That type be that. In. Like that. Okay, so if I say use std and then I say empty list like this, built-in function empty list, not a function, because I did a typo. Empty list. There you go. So as you can see, the empty list, since I have not wait, hold on, it says binding t. This should be like anonymous type. Right? Empty list underscore. Like what, this should not be t. This is not correct. Like if I do an empty list of int32, it still says that it's a list of t's, but it should be a list of int32s. Realistically, if you wanted a better language than Haskell overall, you would use Idris too. It's just because the kast is not ready yet. You know, that's the only reason. What's the idea for kast? The idea, I don't like calling it a functional language, but one of the like big things, I guess, is that everything is first class. Literally everything, including like let me show you this, okay? We have I think this over here is pretty cool. We have a please infer value, which is initialized to underscore, right? So what is the please infer, right? Please infer is a not inferred value, right? And if I try to do what, you know, if I like, I can use it in place of different things. For example, like you know, if I try to like print hello world, and I say that the result of me printing a hello world is this please infer, right? I will need to use the std for that though. Use std. You know, in this case, if I take a look at what please infer is after that, this is void. Like it has been inferred now. It's a scripted language with type inference, with and then like the compiler is going to be part of the interpreter and things like that. So like right now, it's basically like showing you So like the interpreter is going to be used for like comp time, like in Zig, if you have tried comp time. So yeah, it's like an interpreter, but like strongly typed, like we have the functional features. I wouldn't really say that it's a functional language though. Like what is a function? Like every language is functional. I think it's functioning. You know, I mean we have functions as first class things, but it's basically so in most modern languages, but not every language is functional still. I don't think the term functional language is very meaningful. Yes. I don't think it's very meaningful. Like, I think mostly I would still be writing my code in imperative way, and not in like I think there is like a distinction of the way you write code. Do you write code in a declarative way or in imperative way? I guess, and I want to have both, and yeah. It has functional vibes. I mean, every language has functional vibes. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. One of the other big features is the context system, which is basically like the algebraic effects, kind of. But like, I split this into smaller, simpler features, I think. And by the way, Elemental Magics, have you tried Scala? I have recently found out that they have something similar. They literally call it also context, especially like in Scala 3. They have contextual abstractions. And basically, they literally do it the same. They are so yeah, basically the arguments to your function can be explicit or they can be implicit. And that's what it is. You know, that's literally the same as I'm doing. And as I've heard, they do some like cool magic with this. They do like algebraic effects with that too, as I understand. I've not looked very deep though. If anyone knows Scala, then we have this feature. Is this feature in any other programming languages then? Maybe someone else knows something similar. But yeah, given instances is like when you have a function in when you have a value in scope, then you can use it as then you can use any function that requires that thing. So like if you have a function that requires an allocator to be in scope, that's like the same thing, right? In Haskell, we can only perform I/O within the I/O monad. If we aren't in a monad, functions aren't supposed to always map the same inputs to the same outputs. Most languages force you to always be in an I/O monad and are considered imperative. Yeah. Yeah, so so the way I am going to do this, instead of doing monads, we're doing like effectful functions, and I don't force every function to be inside the I/O monad. We are going to mark every function with the I/O effect. It's still going to be like monad basically is treating the function, it's treating code as value basically, and I don't want to treat code as value always. Like you don't always need to do that. I just want to be able to write effectful functions, and the monads is a way to like have effectful computation as a value, which you don't always need. You just usually want to write your code. I think, but I like we will have monads too, I guess. Anyway, what was I doing? I need to end this stream. That's what I need to do. Let me just do a comma for the tuples, since yeah, tuple let named is this and string map fold unnamed let unnamed be this. Like over here, I don't know. Like, I don't really like how this looks. This looks functional, and I don't like how this looks. This hurts my brain. I understand what this means, but I need to think about it, which is annoying. I prefer not thinking, if I can help it. Okay, there we go. So we have a tuple with both an unnamed and named arguments, and now I have a comma properly like done. If I have only unnamed fields, then we will have this. If I have only named things, then we will have this. Okay, nice. This works. Rod Wang, hello. This is not the term functional. Most terms in computer science are not really meaningful. Asteroids, I have been like experimenting here a little bit. This does not actually mean anything. Okay. I will revert that. Lists, almost. So we have a beginning of the lists. They are not really working yet, but yeah, like I said, I need to end this stream. So, you think high level and low level are meaningful? Like I was saying before, though, I think like high level and low level are meaningful, but at the same time, it is not the opposite sides. Here's how I see the programming languages. So like there is like multiple ways of doing them, right? So, but the low level, so this is the low level, and this is the high level, you know? So the language can be both high and low level, which is something like Rust. Rust can be both a low and high level, but at the same time, there are languages that allow more high level stuff, like Haskell allows more high level stuff, but less low level stuff, you know? Or like, I don't know, something like Zig, or like C can do more low level, but like literally almost zero high level stuff. I mean, it's not very far away from Rust on the low level anyway. But yeah, it's not like the opposite sides, the high level and low level. It's a 2D plane. Why is JS low level? Because you cannot target any deeper. JavaScript, like I mean, technically you can do high-level stuff in JavaScript. It's just like very annoying. Similarly in C++. C++ also technically is a high-level language. You can do a bunch of shit there with template magic, but like it's just annoying. It's not practical to do. Like, yeah. C is high level. Well, compared to what? I mean, compared to assembly, it's a high level, yes. Compared to Haskell, it's nothing. Yeah. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me for today. I need to end the stream. Let's go somewhere else. Anyone else making a language or something? The one thing that like currently in all the languages is like mostly opposite, even although it's technically like a 2D plane, but it should be opposite, is like the easiness of using a language versus the easiness of learning a language. A lot of languages, they like promote themselves as being easy to learn, which in my opinion is not the important thing. The important thing is the easy to use. But there is not a lot of languages that are both. There's no languages that are both. There's mostly like either one or the other. You know, for the longest time also it was like the low level versus high level, right? Like if you wanted to have the speed, you would choose something like C++. If you wanted like something else, you would choose the high, like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Let's just end the stream.
Can you rechat, please?
Can I rechat? There's some Haskell stuff happening. Make a browser that requires all code to be written in Haskell. Now Haskell is super low level. The easiest way to have a low and high level language is to make high level language to be assembly language for the platform you're building. Software. Where is my software and game development? To read Tam Wiles' message. Which one? The Mr. Fourth Dimension. Oh, you mean Mr. Fourth Dimension? You want me to raid them? Okay. Mr. Fourth Dimension. They are doing. I see if defs and diffs. It looks like C, right? PE, deep dive, conf PE. I have no idea what this means. Is this like the, I think PE is like the executable format of Windows. Isn't that so? PE format. This is the for Windows 32 apps. Is that what they're doing? But I see but I see some tiling happening. This looks like Linux, not Windows. Alright, anyway. Tiling is possible in Windows? I mean, technically, yeah. Alright. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye-bye.